Okay, well, the YouTube panel is accurate. I have a live stream up. So, I was intending to go live 2 hours ago, but I spent a bunch of time debugging because one of my USB to audio adapters appears to be faulty. Fortunately, the Chromebook actually has a 3.5 millimeter jack on it, which works great. So here's what I currently have set up. I don't have a camera currently hooked up, so you can't quite see it. But I do have a handheld, which I'm going to turn on right now. And what I have here is I have the X windows from both my Raspberry Pi and the Chromebook. Here, come on, zoom out. There we go. And then interface control. So if I bleep a packet from here, we can see that it transmitted from the Raspberry Pi and was decoded by the Chromebook. The Chromebook is plugged into a Baofeng UV82, while the Yaesu radio is plugged into the big antenna out on the deck. So if we now do it the other way, transmission control. Why don't you actually see the packet here? Are you not? You are listening. Do you just... All stations. Okay, so I don't have all the bugs out. That's interesting. So SynthWave sees both of them. What packet are you actually transmitting? KD2JRT1 from SynthWave. And I hit transmit. It decodes, but we don't see it over here. Okay. I wonder... Oh, this may be a call sign problem. Yaesu. No, the call sign's right. Why don't you see the other station? K2JRT1 sending to Y21. Chromebook on RF. You should be seeing this. TNC and net data. Yeah, see, it is decoding. It's just X-Aster is now being a pain about it. Which just tells me, you know what? Let's just reboot X. Okay, so that goes away. X-Aster. Let's try that one more time. Oh, I'm gonna be really annoyed that I did all the debugging and then apparently something else broke. Okay, so that one transmitted because that just started up. And then if I transmit here. There we go. Now it's actually seeing both sides. Because now both stations can talk to each other and they're hearing each other well enough to get decodes. All stations. Yeah, KD2JRT and KD2JRT1. So that's our Raspberry Pi and that's our Chromebook. So, all right. Right now, this is just set up using Direwolf. I want to try using the Kernel AX.25 stack. So last time we played with this, let me close X-Aster for now because we're going to have to reconfigure it anyway. Void listener. Nope. I need this one. So last time we were here, I did set up AX.25 and we tested it over Ethernet and it had problems. It had a lot of problems. So I believe the module I need is called... I need what's called the KISS module because that's how you connect the kernel Ethernet stack to a software TNC. So let me pull up the AX.25 how-to. Let's see here. Question is, what is the kernel driver? Is it make kiss? I feel like it's make kiss. That might actually have been it. AX0. Or not. Okay, no problem. The Pi itself has a lot more disk space, so if I'm going to do anything with exploring how the kernel works, I kind of prefer to do it on that. So I need the other putty window. That's a much newer kernel than that's kernel 6.6 instead of 6.1. I don't think that actually matters, but we shall see. Hopefully everything works. If not, it doesn't. And there we go. Oh wow, we're already up to 16 viewers. That's kind of impressive. All right. So while that goes, let me go take a look in the modules, just figure out if I can just figure out what it needs. So that would be lib kernel. Actually, isn't it modules? Yeah, it is. 6.6. No, apparently mkiss is actually the right module. Else mod mkiss. Okay, mod probe mkiss. All right, well that worked. I'm not sure why that didn't work the first time. So the way you supposedly have to do this is okay, so I hit Control-C here, direwolf, and then it has the P, yeah, so it has the P option for making that work. So I do -P, and then it attached to dev PTS5. So we then need to run kiss attach. Actually, you know what? Wrong machine. I need to do this on the Chromebook first, because we can test one half. We can test this one half at a time. So synthwave, Control-C. Wait for it to start up. I don't know why it takes that long to start. This has had some weird issues. I think I screwed with Pulse Audio by accident. So all right. So kiss attach, and then we need to actually configure that to a radio. So we need to go to ports, and that's going to be. What's that actually going to be? That is going to be radio KD2 JRT 1220 255 to Baofeng UV82. Is that actually how I want to set this up? I'm currently just thinking about how I actually want to configure this. I guess it doesn't actually matter. I've been using 14 and 15, but until I actually have a permanent setup up, I can basically just configure it however I want. Uh, Scoopta, it's because IP does not support setting parameters for non-IP IP protocols. AX.25 is not TCP IP. ifconfig supports that. I can use AX params to set the additional options, as I've learned in the time since now in the previous stream. All right, so this is connected. Yeah, so it's connected to that PTS. So let's do kiss attach dev PTS 3 radio. And it actually does want an IP address. So let me log into RDAC just so I can remember what my IP addresses are. And that's xaster just throwing garbage out. All right, so kiss attach. And then what it tells me to do, it just says to send IP here, so 61.15.1. AX.25 port radio bound to device AX0. Now, did that actually like configure it? It did actually configure it. It even set the call sign to 2, which was in the file. So what does kiss params do? Because I've never tried to actually set this up. Packet interface, interrupting data stream, can be set at any time, blah, 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 blah. Slot value. Okay. So in theory, I should actually just be able to tell xaster to connect to that and something will happen. Although I think I actually need to, because it's not actually 1, it would be 0. Is there a way to detach? Or I think I can change, I can change the call sign. Okay, so AX25 KD2JRT1 4461 15.1. And that was a packet being transmitted. Invalid data. Are you using AX25 for Linux? Okay, so it tells me that I need to configure it with kiss params. All right. So in theory, so let's load up xaster. Oh, it's already running. Which means I actually need to run it on the Pi so we can actually hear the responses. Or, well, I can wait for that. So let's stop this interface, and now disconnect there. Add new interface, AX25 TNC, which is supposedly what the Linux kernel uses. So this is radio. No comment, and it just tells me the path. So this is start. Operation not permitted. Assuming I have to do something to make it work as non-root. Okay, so it actually says that the way you set this up is you make it start as root. So, fine. We will save config now. Exit. You have to actually set it. I have no idea what that's actually trying to transmit. But the fact that packets are actually going out does imply that something is working. So was it able to talk to this interface? I think I had. Is there a way to set this to not? Yeah, don't activate on start, please. Can you start? Permit. Operation not permitted. Oh, maybe it has to be AX0. Maybe it's not the port name. Invalid port name AX.25 0. So maybe it has to be radio. What does it have to say? Enter the name of the port you gave in AX.25 ports. Operation not permitted. There we go. I'm assuming that's just random background IP packets, like for net. No, it still says it still says not permitted. Well, this is off to a wonderful start. Oh, I see what I did. It's no longer owned by root, so it's trying to run as an invalid user. Oh, that time it didn't error out. And that's a packet that went out. It's a packet that went out with garbage. That transmitted an extra byte. That shouldn't be there. Did it actually decode on the other side? Like, what did the... Yeah, that transmitted an extra byte. That's not supposed to do that. Also, can I make the colors on this, like, be less horrible? Like... Because that, like, those feel very dim. What do I have your font set as? Oh, that would do it. I have it set to be bold and apply. That doesn't help in the slightest. Yeah, see, that's definitely packets going out. I'm just very confused at why we're, News 16. You know, screw it. I'll fix it later. So I'm presuming those are TCP IP packets that are random network packets that are just being sent out because something's probably trying to poke the interface. But it is also working. So can it actually receive packets? So if I tell the Pi to transmit a packet, can we actually decode it? Because at least then the packets are going round trip through the kernel. That does actually appear to be working. Yeah, that does actually seem to be working in both directions. I'm concerned that it is sending an extra packet that it doesn't seem to be needing to send. But okay. All right. So that's how you get working on the wow, words are actually completely failing me right now. So that's it working on the Chromebook. So why don't we actually, let's also set up on the Raspberry Pi. So we Control C here. And then basically we just have to do what we just did. This might be a very short stream. AX.25 ports. Go away. And then this is my Yaesu. And then we basically just need to do what we just did. So mod probe AX.25 mkiss, and then I'm really wondering if that CRC option is actually needed. Okay, so Direwolf is running, and I believe it's on PTS. Yeah, it should be on PTS 5. So if we just do basically what I just did before. PTS 5, radio 4461.15.2. So tools are there. Apps. Okay, radio bound to port. And we take a look at this. Yeah, just out of curiosity, if I hit IP link, what does it actually say? Oh, that's packets being sent. Yeah, you know what? I think we need to turn off that interface. Okay, so there's definitely some problems here. Let's fire up Wireshark. Actually, you know what? I think I have to do this over the VNC because last time I tried to do this over SSH, it failed miserably. It did sound like it was actually trying to do something, but it was also getting a mass. Yeah, those are the packets it's actually getting from the other side. Interestingly, this didn't complain about the CRC thing. So maybe we don't actually need that. Like, if I disable the CRC like that, I wonder if the problem with the extra bit at the end. No, so it does actually need that. And I guess on this end it also needs it. No ports configured. Probably because the interface is down. So let's open Wireshark. And let's see what we are actually transmitting over the void. All right. Device is not up. So we can fix that. Okay. Did it lose its IP address? So if I just do ping 51.16.1, absolutely nothing happens. Also nothing happens. Interface is up, broadcast, net mask, and receive packets is all happy. We do have a route. Okay, now I'm actually confused. Can I, maybe I have to remove the device? Nope, module's in use. I have this horrible feeling that by, you know, turning the interface off and back on, I've in fact broken it. We've definitely learned that there's some real. Oh, there we go. Something's happening. Those are ARP packets going out. So who owns? I don't know why it's trying to find that IP address, but those are ARP packets actually coming out. Okay, can I ping now? That's a lot of silence. All right, so what gives? I have this horrible feeling that this is just completely hosed. Broadcast up, lower up, MTU, state unknown, mode unknown. Yeah, you have a valid route. You know how to talk to 44net. Is there a way to tell kiss attach to detach? To down an interface, send its attached protocol a SIG term. Okay. Inappropriate I/O control for device. All right, you know what? Let's just restart Direwolf. And radio bound interface. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Packet transfer has stopped. All right, so can we now... Nope, you're not even seeing the interface now. Yeah, that's there. Wait, was that a refresh interface buttons? Oh yeah, refresh interfaces. Start. Why is VNC such a wonderful protocol? There we go. Can I ping now? Well, it's transmitting. What the hell is it transmitting? Chat, that rate is way too high. Yeah, like that's obscenely high. I'm assuming I've got a configuration option set wrong. That's the wrong file. I need kiss attach, not kiss util. Or kiss params is actually what I need. Communicate, slot, CRC, port, control, set CRC type, auto, none, flexnet, smack, configure port, full duplex. Actually, no, it's a half duplex interface, so maybe I need to set that. Sudo. Actually, it shouldn't matter because Direwolf doesn't care. Well, I mean, we managed to send a packet over air. So it did actually send ARP replies, although that is a cursed ARP protocol. Look at that ARP response. It actually sends KD2JRT and KD2JRT1. I mean, it makes perfect sense, but yeah, so no response seen. And then we do actually see echoes come back, because from the source, yeah, source 1, we see ping reply, ping reply, ping reply, ping reply. So that does actually imply that the kernel AX.25 stack is completely broken. We knew there were problems with using it over Ethernet, and I had hoped that had been a race condition, but apparently it is actually completely foobarred. Before I die on that hill, though, let's take a bit of a closer look just to confirm all our settings. So 1200 speed, packet length, window, and description. I wonder if I just have to reduce the... You know what? Before we actually even try that, why don't I just try downloading a file? Maybe it's just ping that's stupid. Which actually may be the case. I doubt it, but, you know. I'm kind of breathing copium on this one. Do I really have Python server running on here already? Alright, you know what? 801. Oh, right, because 8000, 8001 is Direwolf. Okay. That's fine. So if that's in fact the case, what happens if we... Oh, I don't know. Get 44... 61 15 2 config.txt. That needs a port number. No route to host, because that needs to be a 15. Thinking about it. No route to host. Interesting. Well, you do have a route. God, that is probably the weirdest ARP entry I've ever seen. Yeah, it's not even making any headway. Alright, so if we look at the start of the transmission log, we see that it sends a SYN-ACK. And then this sends an ACK back. And then goes kaput. Is the MTU wrong? Let me try an MTU. Let's try changing the MTU to 128. I don't think that's actually going to make a difference. See, it actually did get the GET request, so it is trying to work. And I do have Plan B. Yep, no route to host. That's an interesting problem to have. Let me see if there's a tuning option in Linux kernel. Kernel TCP IP disable out of order. I'm assuming there's a tuning interface here that I actually need to play with. Because, you know, I'm seeing this SAC permission. It's called selective acknowledgement. So maybe that's causing the problems. Sys control net IPv4 TCP SAC. Let's turn that off. And let's just see if that changes anything. The fact that it retransmits the packet is kind of weird. This is what we were seeing it over Ethernet, but because it was so much faster, it didn't actually care. And then you see the resets as the whole thing just kind of falls apart. Linux kernel sending duplicate TCP packets. Is there something else about that? Modern kernels enable a TCP option called tail loss probe, which actually sends probe packets to send fast recovery. A side effect is that gets okay. Yeah, you know what? That might actually do it. Can I turn this off? Yeah, because I'm assuming, yeah, because there is a retransmit counter. So netstat. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of retransmissions. So I'm assuming there's got to be a way to actually turn this off. Apparently the SS command can do this. SSI. That doesn't help. Sudo sys control net IPv4 TCP early retrans 0. I don't think that did anything. And then it goes kaboom. You know, let's take a look at syscontrol. Is it syscontrol P to print syscontrol? If I want to just dump the everything, what is this? What do I have to set? Read all values. Is it dash? It's not dash F. Dash A. What is retrans collapse? Because basically the retransmissions are what's causing everything to go boom. Robert K, we are actually trying. So with Direwolf, it tops out at 9,600. You can go all the way up to this. If you with amateur radio, the lower the wider the band, the wider the frequency wave, the less actual bandwidth you have to transmit. So, and then in addition to this, the FCC has actually used to have limits on how fast you could actually send stuff over data modes. Those rules died this year. Honestly, you know what? I feel like I just want to turn up. You know, let's see what all the options are for AX0. Like, there's got to be something here that could probably make it less stupid. But you know what? We'll just try. You know, let's make the retransmit time 10 seconds. Because maybe 1 second isn't actually enough. Actually, that does actually appear to have made a difference. That's a lot of retransmissions, but how big of a packet are you actually trying to send? 77 bits on wire. Oh, chat! That actually did something. HTTP request sent, awaiting response. Okay, now we're hearing silence of the bands. Yeah, it actually did send the GET request. And then it does appear to be having some problems with ARP. I didn't do something stupid and give this the same IP address on both sides, did I? MTU 128. Nope. Nope, that's completely valid. Transmission queue length, though. That I think we should actually... Can I adjust that? I can adjust that. All right, let's try that again. So let's Control C that. So those are all the resets going through. I'm just waiting for the band to go quiet. I don't know why it's sending that many ARP requests. It shouldn't. Nope. So transmit queue length is set the number of frames allowed per kernel transmission queue for queuing discipline. In theory, there's no actual limit to the MTU. In practice, yes, because AX.25 frames. One of the things about digital modes is it's just like digital TV. You have to either be able to decode the whole thing or it won't work. That being said, an AX.25 packet is in itself capable of secure retransmission, so it could reassemble a jumbo frame if it had to. It doesn't work that way, but that's something that could be fixed because the AX.25 transport layer itself can handle retransmission on top of TCP/IP. Because AX.25 was actually an alternative to TCP/IP. We just use it on amateur radio links. We use it because it makes station identification really trivial. I'm gonna be right back. I have to think about this. I have the feeling that the AX.25 stack in the kernel is completely busted. I'm back. So, I mean, we look at the Wireshark queue, and this is exactly what it was doing. This was exactly what it was doing when I was testing this over Ethernet. The thing is that Ethernet was fast enough that it could still make useful progress. So it sends the SYN, and then it also sends a retransmission. Is there a retransmission delay? TCP SYN retries doesn't change the first retries. Connects to, oh, okay, this is actually relevant. This is actually relevant. Our application connects to a device on a radio network. The device network has to wake up. And the second sends 2 retransmissions to the TCP SYN packet. Causes issues, so I like to wait for retransmissions. Receive timeout value. In the source, I see TCP IP connect and TCP timeout int is hard coded. Of course, they. So this does actually imply that this is a hard-coded Linux limit in the Linux kernel. Initial value, fallback value, and it transmits on a 1 hertz interval. I'm assuming that's in jiffies, which I'm not exactly sure what that is in terms of kernel time to real time. But like I said, the AX.25 stack is actually known to have real problems. You know what? Then the actual question is, can I make UDP work? I may not be able to get TCP/IP to work, but what about UDP? I need an application that is almost all UDP. Chatty, can you think of anything offhand that would basically be UDP but relatively low bandwidth? So if you set a minimum and then alter the number of retries. No, the packets are smaller than the MTU. At least they should be. How small? How small are these packets? Like the SYN packet is what? 77 bytes on wire. Yeah, no, that's below our MTU. TCP/IP is supposed to work over this. This TCP/IP was originally used on amateur radio links on AmperNet before it was used on ARPANET. Now, granted, that was with TCP/IP stacks from many decades ago. You know, I just had a realization. I'm assuming. Hold on. ARR band plan. I just want to make sure I'm actually not on a channel that is going to get me yelled at. Not that anyone's actually really going to likely care, but, you know, good practice. 144. Yeah, I'm in the Oscar sub band. Yeah, so that's not going to care. I doubt there's any Oscar. Like I said, I'm not living here. We're just transmitting packets, and I haven't heard anyone else on bands. So it has this thing called SSI. I'm assuming this is basically, yeah, so it's basically every established connection. So you can't change the RTO value directly, but you can try tweaking what's called forward RTO requirement, an algorithm for detecting spurious retransmission timeouts. You can change the route timeout on a per route basis. So if I do IP route change IP route 44.0.008. That's technically not true anymore, but we're just going to care about. We're not going to worry about that. Dev AX0 RTO min. So it does have now, so now it has RTM min lock. I think it can't be that high. So how high can I actually set this? Can I set it to 500 milliseconds? I can set it to 500. Can I set it to 999? Okay, apparently that does in fact work. So why don't we try that, because that should make it, like, be less stupid, I hope. All right. Fire in the hole. That actually sounds better, but I don't think it is better. Well, the GET request went through. Hey, look, there's the 200 okay. Certainly thinking about it. Like, that actually did something. So we have a bunch of retransmits on both sides, and then it looks like it's actually hung, but it might recover if I give it a moment. Oh, chat, that actually worked. That actually worked. Okay, chat, we're actually getting somewhere here. So there's another option here called TCP FTO. So this is what you actually want to say. So, well, we can't use ifconfig. So it is enabled, so I think we just need to disable this, because this is an option for Wi-Fi, but I'm assuming it's probably getting enabled, because Ethernet's not going to care about this. Yeah, it's still sending a lot of excess noise. Yeah, I mean, that was definitely an improvement. And then it stops. And then something's going to time out, and then it's going to start going again. Bingo. Transport at a staggering 1.8 bits per second. Actually, TFTP is actually would be a winning move here. Actually, you know, why don't we just try it? Can I get a TCP daemon? No fork. That wasn't what I wanted that to do. Oh, right. It probably has to be run as root. Can't bind port. Why can't you bind port? Well, something's actually listening to the TFTP port. But I have no idea what is listening there. I think I have to run it as root to actually see that. I'm gonna be annoyed if like that's system D. Oh god, it is system D. I was kidding. I was fucking kidding about that one. Why the hell's why is system D listening to the TFTP port? No, there's no way that system D is. Okay, so apparently it did actually just, you know, load AFTP. It must have a unit file installed. Actually listening to. So you're listening to serve TFTP, and then let me just put something here so we can copy it. Chat, that's actually working. It's not working fast, but it is working. Does this have like a hash mode? Verbose. All right, you know what? Let's put like an actual file here for it to download. Like, oh yeah, look, that's actual fragment. That's packet fragments. And then it went kaboom. All right, why did you go kaboom? Read file request. Right, because it tried to retransmit over TCP IP because this flipping packet size is too big. Hold on. Well, that immediately exited out, complete with message success. So now what is it doing? Oh no. Okay, I thought it was just going... Nope, it is still, in fact, going to be saying files. Also, that's a lot of old ICMP packets that I sent a while ago that just went and died. Let's try that again. Chat, that actually does look like it's making progress. It does say malformed packet, but I'm suspecting Wireshark just doesn't like this low packet size. Like, is this making actual headway? I can't tell if it's actually getting anywhere. Transfer timed out. So that kind of implies that even UDP, which does... This is not a TCP IP problem. This actually looks like the plumbing in the stack is really effing foobarred. Fortunately, I was ready for this. Alright, Robert, I think I turned off SAC. Like, I shouldn't actually have to do that, but let's take a look here. Yeah, I turned off SAC. What is DSAC? Allows the kernel to send duplicate AX. You know, let's just look at the other IPv4 options and just see if there's anything here that stands out to me. Well, I saw one about gratuitous art, but I don't think that actually matters. Default time to live, forwarding. Well, there are SYN retries and there are SYN cookies. I can't imagine either of those would actually matter. You know, syn cookies actually might be related to this in some way. Let's turn those off, and let's just see if it does anything. Net IPv4 syn cookies. Although the fact that UDP also went kaput does not fill this one with joy. That being said, there are still other things we can try. I haven't completely ruled out. I'm counting the packets because this sounds different. Sounds different, doesn't seem to actually have made any difference. I mean, we've at least gotten to the point that it can actually download files, which was more than what it was doing before. What are these retransmit intervals? Okay, here we go. This is actually a handy document that seems to have all the useful. Let me just see if any of these actually have something useful. So generic IPv4. How many times to retry before deciding something is wrong to report the suspicion? Minimum RFC value is 3. How many times are we actually retransmitting each packet? Actually, it does look like we're retransmitting each packet 3 times, so... Yeah, I think this is completely fucked. That being said, that actually seemed to have worked a lot faster. Look, it's now at 17 bits per second. So maybe we are onto something here, because that does look like there was less retransmitted packets. What does it say about... Hold on. If that's actually what the case is, SYN... TCP SYN retries 0. TCP IPv4 TCP SYN retries 1? Okay. SYN ACK. Why can't I... You know what? Never mind. Well, that's interesting. That actually did something. That actually... Timeout. We need a timeout. Yeah, that actually changed the behavior. Okay, so where did that actually start? So it did manage to send the 200, but look, it only sent each packet once. Or, well, it sent it twice. Alright, you know what? I'm now actually curious. If we just try loading up TFTP again, I'm assuming it's still going to break in exactly the way before. Status, verbose, trace, JNOS. Alright, well, if this doesn't work, we're going to go with plan B. My MTU is set to 128. The problem at this point is the Linux AX.25 stack does appear to be entirely broken. This isn't actually news. This is basically a continuation of what happened last time, which means that we're going to have to go to plan B. And plan B is setting up a JNOS and using it as an application. I'm going to stretch my legs for a moment, and then we are going to get working on that one. I'll be back in a moment. Because at this point, I'm starting to go completely and totally a little spare. I'll be right back. fact of the matter is, if I can get it working at all, I'll at least have a test bed to do further debugging from. But at this point, I need to have a working setup to compare it to. So I'm actually going to reboot both machines so they just go back to default settings. We're not going to be using the Kernel AX.25 stack. So we need to wait for those to come back. Yep, and the Chromebook is rebooting. Alright, can you restart session yet? No, the Chromebook is still rebooting. As is the Pi. Okay, the Chromebook is just bringing up GDM right now, so it should... Come on, restart session. Oh, and did see the Pi come back. All right, so let me grab JNOS and let's actually compile it. This is how they distribute the source code via rsync. So, all right. So it says just do configure, make, all right, so to, okay, dir. Okay, so that's all the config files. And then I need to copy JNOS itself. I actually forget how you install the damn thing. So here's installer. Okay, cool. So JNOS is actually a full network operating system. It's basically a port of the original KA9Q software for DAWs and CPM. So it has entirely user space, AX.25, and TCP/IP stack. This is how you do it if you're not actually on Linux, because in theory, Linux has the oh, right. I actually have to run the install. We're on the void listener. No, no, yes. Doesn't matter. Do not need to beacon. Okay, so that just basically installs the everything. Actually, so it looks like the... All right, you know what? I'm just going to say password. So it does create a ton interface. So I can now set so I can set its IP address to 4451.16. That is the right. I mean, it doesn't actually matter because I'm not routing this to other 44net nodes, but I prefer to actually do this correctly. No. All right. So this is void listener, so I will give that here. Then 4461.15.1. Oh, right. That's how that works. It actually needs 4 IPs to work. Because this will act as a separate route on the network. So for setting up the tunnel interface, it needs to do 4461.15.1, and that's a point-to-point link to 4461.15.2. Now, if I want to actually... I believe JNOS can actually talk to the KISS port directly. Of course, you don't actually tell me how to configure that option. Why? That would be too easy here. Here we go. So, attach HGTP direwolf 127.0.0 8000. Of course. All right. So let's fire up direwolf. And then let's start up JNOS. Okay, well, sort of there. Dev, did you actually create... You did actually create a tunnel interface, so that is good. think I can just do all that. Okay. You're not reporting that a client application is connected. KD2 to your T2. So you don't want to actually connect to... Alright, you know what? Fine. We will just do it with a PTY device like we did the first time. Because that's apparently what this wants. Okay, so apparently you don't put the actual dev line in, you just put PTS5. Weird, but okay. And then... Okay. All right, so that connected. That actually did connect. So if I type a connect command here, it would be connect VHF K2JRT1. Oh, I just heard the radio click on. Yeah, and it said it sent an SABM command. That's a request to go to keyboard mode. That's AX25's. That's AX25's mode for basically TCP/IP. Our wrong way to describe it. Yeah, kill server. Shit, that was not actually what I wanted to do. Yeah, that was definitely not what I wanted to do. Okay. Why did it go to port 2? Also, did you... Okay, I'm not going to worry about that right now. So now you're on PTS 2. Actually, you need to be a 1200 baud. Okay, so assuming everything got set up correctly, can I do telnet 61.15.2? iNet utilities telnet. Please tell me you have that. Yes, you do. Yep, JNOS K2JRT. Cool. Oh, bye. Connection closed. Okay, so that sets up that part of the link. So now we need to do that on the other side. And you are completely still frozen up. So let's try that again. You can go die. That is not the session I wanted. New session. Let's talk to Synthwave, please. That goes away. And we literally just do what we did. Okay, so we'll just start Direwolf right now. Actually, I already have... Do I have JNOS on here? I do have JNOS on here, actually. How have I configured this? I'm assuming I've configured this stupidly, and I have, in fact, configured this stupidly. Alright. So IP address here will be 44 61 15 3. You can be KD2JRT1. And then we need to configure the netmask device. So this defines the Linux end of the conversation. And that will be 4. And then we need to set up the point-to-point link. 51, 51, 3. 40, 44, 51, 15, 4. And then we don't actually want... We're going to attach it through a PTY as we did before. So basically, all this just gets copied. Of course not. You'd think with me using Windows for as long as I have at this point, I would be used to how Putty does this. There we go. Okay. Igor, flip the switch. Okay, so that's Direwolf saying. So can I just do connect KD2JRT? Oh, that did something. That did... It's trying. It's getting the packet, and then it seems to be going kaput. I just realized, though, this is set for full duplex, although Kish should not actually care about that. Yeah, it's trying to go and completely failing. Whoops, yeah. I think JNOS and Screen share some key bindings. I'm assuming I have to set a delay. K2JRT. Alright, how do I tell it to stop? Here we go. JNOS commands. Oh, good. This is even hosted by Ampernet. Apparently, Control X. Nope. Here we go. Manual. I'm assuming there's a delay I have to put in. Let me bring the manual up over here. I have no idea. I mean, I was able to do it before. I'm going to have to learn how to use this software properly. So timing error is too long. Transmit's too long. Slot time 1, full duplex. So I'm assuming one of these options is full duplex, because this is a half duplex link. Nope, that's slot time, so it's the other one I need to change. All right. So if that's the case, so now we go over here. And I also probably have to set that transmit delay, because I also saw that's an option. So you go to 0. And then it's param VHF TX delay. I'm actually going to set this to 50 because Baofangs are not particularly amazing radios. Connect KD2J. So that's command sent. But it doesn't actually seem to be making any progress. Probably because I need to make changes here. Let's try delay 50. Oh, you know what? You know why it's not connecting to anything? It's because JNOS is not running. Hey, AX.25 session 1 connected to KD2JRT. Yeah, that says that's connected. Can I... That's doing things. Okay, chat, that is actual... That is actually working. That is a packet BBS. All right, let me turn that volume down. So now the question is, do we have... Can we actually route packets? So the answer looks like no. Although you might need a route to actually do it. Do you have a route? You don't have a route, so you need a route for... Because right now the route is, yeah, that's a single destination. How can I change the route command? So it's sudo route add net 44008 gateway. Actually, it'll just be dev tap ton 0. All right, fire in the hole. Okay. I suspect this needs something to actually make it route. Oh, that sent something back. So route destination tunnel interface 0. So if I type, it's still going into recovery mode because it says status recovery, which implies that it's still not 100% happy. It might need a longer transmit delay. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me that it would need that, but what else is new? Let me go to 100 milliseconds transmit delay. All right, there's connected. This is further than I got before trying this with a handheld, so at the very least it is progress has been made. But then it goes to status recovery and it kind of just goes downhill from there. Transmit timing error, PTT is too long on 250 milliseconds. Like, I've seen this error before, and I've never quite figured out how to fix it. I'm currently just looking at the, I'm currently looking at various options. It's quite possible that it's just not happy running in this mode. Although it seems to be okay. Transmit timing error. PTT is on for too many milliseconds. Is there something I can set in the config file to make this less stupid? Transmit delay 1575, full duplex off. PTT, blah, 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 blah. All right, let me catch. Well, Robert, I was also able to get similar breakage using AX25, the AX25 stack over Ethernet. So I'm inclined to say it's actually broken in the Linux kernel. Considering it broke in Linux kernel 2.6 and was broken until 5.15, so, you know, just a little under 10 years, I'm not surprised that there are some gremlins here. Increase the baud rate to 19200. Well, I guess that baud rate is what is talking to with Direwolf. It's not actually what has the wrong window to do that in. So yeah, transmit queue says 1. Because that's a really long delay. So let me control C this. Let me check something. You go away. All right, now you come back. TX delay, full duplex, slot time. All right, so connect VHF KD2 directory. See, radio channel transmit timing and user guide for explanation. So I think slot time is not correct. Although it does seem actually less broken than it was before. So let me go by. Because both sides of the radio have push-to-talk interfaces. And maybe that's actually playing a part of the problem. Because at least now I'm getting some actual useful debug messages. So let's pop over here. Control C. Okay, so I do actually have TX delay disabled there. I'm just going to set the slot time to 2. Oh, what did I just do? Okay, so it apparently can't talk to the right PTS, right thing here. Bad things happen. Alright, let's try that again. Set persistence 0. So how do we adjust the persistence? All right, so Direwolf actually has a document about this. So you know what? Let's read the fine manual. Okay. All right. Transmit timing. Persist 64. So we have the slot time. I'm assuming then there is a way to actually persist 255 to remove all randomness. Transmit would then start after a single slot time. Yeah, so I'm assuming then there's something in the JNOS manual about this. Let's try persist. All right, so we'll set persist to 63 because that's apparently what it recommends you actually use. So that would be parameter 2. Random number in the range of 255 is less to persist. Start to transmit, otherwise go for step A. So, okay, so this is a mechanism. So this is basically how you get basically, this is a timing thing. 256 is definitely not right. So let me just set that to like 63. And then let me see if Direwolf still complains about it. And Direwolf does not complain about that. Or... yeah, set persistence 63. So we'll also set this to 63. So it sends the command, it sends it back, and then it goes kaput. Which was what it was doing actually earlier. Yeah, it sends it and sends it back way too fast. So, okay, we need a higher transmit delay. Let's try like 100. I really need to figure out how you get this to... like, I did get that to work. Oh, there we go. So control and right bracket makes it switch to this screen. Okay. I think that's working. Maybe? Okay, so register. Okay, so I apparently registered. Can I upload a file? Okay, so send file. How do I send a file? I'm assuming, is there a send command? I have absolutely no idea how you send a file. I also don't know how you get back to session 1. I'm assuming this needs a route. Oh, I suddenly see how you send an upload. I just saw the upload command. Upload status. File must be an ASCII binary. You must upload. If you're in converse mode and want to upload, F1 to escape back command load. Initiate. So I can actually send a file that way. Apparently can't send it in binary, but you can send a file that way. I'm assuming FTP, yeah, so... TCP IP access... So how do I actually allow me to, like, set routes? JNOS, TCP IP routing. And I don't want to looking for JNOS. TCP IP file transfer, Linux IP stack, hostname, IP address, attach. Configures a hardware interface for a given blah 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 blah. That makes sense. Xterm session. Doesn't actually give you any sort of help on setting it up, of course, because, you know, that would be, like, useful. All right, so IP route does not actually help. So here, can I type IP route here and get anything? So destination default tunnel interface 0. So that basically says that everything that comes from JNOS goes out. TCP IP ports. Very much gotten the thought that you could actually... You can run telnet to run a connection through AX.25. So you can talk to WinLink servers, connection commands, AX.25 route, change recipient address. So we do have a ping. Can I ping the interface on the other side? Like, can these two actually talk to each other? So 44.61.15.2. Yeah, you don't even know how to resolve that. And F10 is what... Oh. That's more packets going. I think what I need is AXIP. Domain names have IP address and remote address. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Digipete, we don't care. I had the impression that JNOS could route packets. Maybe it can't. Is there a command here that, like, has something useful? So route default is tunnel interface 0. Can I do route add... So that didn't do anything. I am so deeply confused. It sucks. Let me see if chat's telling me anything. This is so esoteric. I don't think chat. Assuming someone... Okay, so here we go. A primer on JNOS. Can work as a net ROM, blah, 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 blah. Full primer. Please tell me... You have absolutely nothing as far as SAP instructions. Because why would that... Why would that be... incap files. So IP tunnel add. So this talks about replacing JNOS with the Linux stack, but of course that doesn't actually do anything like useful. Okay, so here do attach TCP IP config netmask, preventing crashes, remote identification BBS. Nothing there is actually useful. Like the documentation implies you can do this. So that sent a SYN ACK. I think I sent the IP address wrong again. Link encapsulation, packets sent, received, time to talk, description. Yeah, so that was a disconnect command sent. Let me restart JNOS on this side because I think I want to look at how the routing rules work. Local DNS is done by the domains file, so obviously it's not using... creates a ton device, so it needs to do some post configuration by shelling out. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And then start the engine. So it starts AX.25 telnet. Do you have to just do start IP? Because, you know, that feels like something you would actually need. The answer is no, although I feel like I'm kind of going the right way. Oh, here's a document from 1993, which actually might have what I need. Okay, so this is a very old version of this manual, but it did actually look like it had something I needed. 44... IP address must be given for attach as we use the default interface, blah, 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 blah. Recently heard systems sysop. Allows you to configure the IP address of remote systems so that the node shell user chat should be routed to. Okay, so that just tells it where it wants to send, supports a bunch of stuff related to NetROM and routing. Oh, here's a book. Oh, this is actually a book for K9 for KA9Q. What year is this book from? 1992. Okay. All right. So going live here. Peek at the protocols, name serves, domains, client server, hands-on, file compendium, hands-on. All right, let's just do a quick read through on this. Welcome to the beginner's guide of running TCP/IP over packet radio. Because this is talking about the old DAWs version of it. Network operating system in a nutshell. Mailers, forwarders, station IPs. Every NOS station has an IP address. Blah, 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 blah. The first byte's always 404, which is AmperNet. Second byte, that's actually not accurate anymore since the sale of 44net. So address resolution protocol. Routing supports no less than 3 completely independent layers of packet routing. Yeah, I knew all that. Wormhole routing. Linking 2 AX.25 stations over Ethernet. Yeah, that's fine. We don't care about that. Data link layer. Packet layer using AX.25 fully compatible version 2, level 2 of the specification as ordinary connections, yada, yada, yada. Special addresses for AmperNet. We also don't care about any of this. Name servers. Client server. Telnet client. World of TCP, there's several clients, blah, 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 blah. When you give commands such as make connection at certain server, blah, 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 login, call port numbers. So talking to yourself. Config autoexec deck.bat. Control files, load files, file compendium. Well, if it can do it, it's completely and totally opaque on how it actually works. Let me look at IP status. Does that command do anything useful? That doesn't do a damn thing for me. It hasn't heard any TCP/IP systems. If I do telnet, route destination. Route add 446115. Actually, it would be 2 dev ton 0. And actually, it would be VHF. Oh, I just heard something happen. Chat, that looks like pings. That in fact sounded like a ping just went through. You know what? It probably needs a route going the other way. Route add 446115.3 VHF. Nope, that's not actually what I want. No, that was actually what I wanted. Hey, that's a ping. That was an actual ping sent across the network. So 446115.3. Telnet session connected. Oh, that's cool. That is actually working. It's not fast, but it is working. Okay, so if that's actually the case, can I do ping 446115 free? Yeah, okay, that goes nowhere. So ton 0 is a... I'm assuming I just need to add a route. Invalid argument. I probably, like... Is that because it's a point-to-point link, it's having a fit about it? Yeah, I'm assuming that's actually the problem. Netmask doesn't match. Okay, so... Oh, wait, hold on. It's probably got to be gateway 446115.1. Valid argument. Can I not just add a... maybe I just can't add a route like that. Like, it makes perfect sense in my head that I can do that, but... Well, ton 0 is set as a point-to-point link. Wait, maybe it has to be host? Hey, there we go. That's doing something. Chat, that's pings. Why? I'm assuming we just need a route to go back the other way. Sort of. I mean, it's getting the packet. It's actually transmitting the packets over radio. It's just... You know what? There's... Let me make sure I have the, let me make sure I have the idiot switch turned on, which is, that. I don't know if I actually need it. We are actually... Chat, we are approaching Ascension. Okay, so... You know what? Let's pull up Wireshark and actually see if it's even able to talk to anything. Wireshark. Oh, right. I don't have Xming running. Oh, you're actually going to make me disconnect. Okay, that's fine. Absolutely janky software this is. Can I please have what? Oh, for the love of... Oh, I know why it's having a fit. No, that is actually set. X11 forwarding is enabled. And Xming is running. Is it just Wireshark that's having a fit? Oh, yeah, no, you know what? It does actually appear to be Wireshark that's having a fit. Why am I not surprised about that? All right. So the ping actually went through. But we're not ping replying, which makes me think that it's just not... Who am I actually trying to ping on this one? Am I pinging the BBS or am I pinging the... So you're 44, 16, 15, 3. Yeah, that actually works. So now... Oh, you know what? I probably just need a route on this side, and then it will be all happy and copacetic. Route N... So, route... I believe the ton interface on this side is 4. No, it's 1. So on this side, it's 4. So 44, 51, 16, 4. And you need to go out via... I just realized I think I do have an IP address problem. Yes, in fact, I do have an IP address problem. Yep. Yep, that would do it. Okay, so JNOS on this side is 3, and you talk to it via VHF. Okay, so that's talking. No reply. So you do have a route. No, hold on. That route is wrong. Drop 446115.1. Route. I would actually have to subnet this if I was going to do this properly. 446115 to VHF. So that ping 2, so it's JNOS BBS on the other side. And nothing comes out. Can't add route 446151. It would be 3 on this side. this is probably the time not to mention that I really suck at getting this sort of shit to work. I don't know why, but I really have always struggled in trying to make network anything do as I command. What's the tap bridge on this side? It's 3. Cannot add route. So now I have it basically talking between itself, but now I can't get it to actually route packets to the next hop. All right, you know what? Let's try that and see if that makes a difference. Because that changes the... Yeah, so that changed the net mask. Oh, it didn't actually respect that change. It might really want fucking separate subnets. This software dates to the 1980s. It might actually still care about classful networking. I would be horrified if that's actually the case, but it might actually be the case. That being said, 44, 61, 51, 2. So yeah, that is packets being sent back and forth, and that does actually seem to be working. I would really like to be able to route it. So we do ping 44, 61, 15, 1. Where's it go? Goes absolutely nowhere. 61, 15, 1, V8. And that is a no reply. So can you actually ping that interface? You can ping that interface. I wonder if there's... I'm assuming it supports forwarding. Like, I'd like to think it supports forwarding. It would be nice if it supported forwarding. Is the packet even making it into the Linux kernel? Because that may also be part of the problem. TCP dump. That's not what I want. All right. Yeah, so it's not even forwarding that packet to the next network. Probably because the net mask somewhere is... Oh yeah, no, that would do it. That would completely do that. I heard a ping. Like, I heard an actual ping. Hold on. Yeah, ICP echo reply. And then it sends it back to 3. So it is getting the echo reply. It's just not actually matching the send it back. Which oh yeah, because this side needs the route. Route add 144.61.50 VHF. Hey, check that one out. Oh no, I can't. Hold on. I need something I can telnet to. Because I can't connect to SSH. If I connect to SSH, I have violated the law. That might, you know what? Let's in. Not quite. I can now talk to the kernel stack on each side. I just need to get the final part working. Two, 1, ton 0, ton 1. Am I on the wrong side of this? 3, 2, 44.61. No, Nightmare Joker, it is illegal to use encryption over amateur radio links. I legally cannot use SSH over this link. Unless I set it to clear text. Sorry, I've actually, yeah, no, I legally cannot actually use SSH. I'm curious why I can't ping from through the JNOS bridge. Assuming that's a routing problem. Also, it helps if I spell this right. It's 61, not 51. Network is unreachable. Do I have a mistake here in the JNOS auto exec config? I also am going to have to fix all the flipping routes again. Point to point. Yeah, okay. So that is actually our point where we have a mistake. Okay. At least by time, I'm typing these IP addresses so many times that I'm going to have this memorized by time. I'm going to have my prefix memorized by time all is said and done. Cool. That actually works. Okay, so now on this side of the equation, sudo route add 255 15 one gateway, and you're actually a /32 gateway 6615 4. That's actually valid. Oh, I heard that go. That sounds like a ping reply trying to come back. So what we have on this side? So sudo add 4461 15 1 gateway. Sorry, no, that would be 3 gateway 44 61 55 2. Fire in the hole. Nope. That is not coming back. Are you actually trying to send anything? You are actually trying to send something. That's the ping reply. I'm kind of hoping this just sets it up and I don't have to do anything else. I'm not optimistic about that. Yeah, of course that would be too easy. Of course not. Right, I don't have an easy way to start a telnet server. I need something I can actually connect to see if this is actually... You know what, I can... Alright, so I can use FTP on this. So, 4461.15.1. Pack it out. Yeah, the reply is being sent too fast. It is trying, though. Like, that is legitimately actually trying. That is a sound coming out of that radio. Nope. So it's basically doing everything except the actual routing. Which, I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Right, okay, so you actually need some routes. So, 44... I have to put this in the config file. Oh, cool. How do I set the user? Host name, batch... Wait, how do you set the host name? Can I just do FTP by itself? This is a very old school syntax. It is quite possible. Yeah, of course not. But it did say it was unknown user. It wasn't actually complaining beyond that. So that's progress. Nope. So I can actually connect from here. So route 21, 22. These may be provided a file called nebrc by default. See host file, entries in this name. Okay, so apparently you have to actually put this in a... Why does it have to be in a config file? This is old and ancient software. That's what I keep telling myself. If I keep telling myself that enough, I'll start believing it. All right. Let's go into autoexec because I actually want to write some of these commands down. Because... So how's the, so the netrc file, how does that work? Netrc remote host name, login name, and password. So if I put netrc 446115 1 key2jrt, is that going to make it work? Connection refused. I don't think it's actually routing my packets. Oh no, you know, it would help if JNOS was is JNOS, no, JNOS is running. So 3, 4. Nightwear Joker, authentication is allowed. There's a difference. The rules on this are incredibly vague. But what it boils down to is authentication in messages are completely valid because you're not obscuring the meaning of the message. This is in contrast to SSH, which prevents you from understanding the context and is binary blob. The way the amateur radio community has taken it is that you can use encryption if you post your private keys. Yeah, Nightmare Joker, though, the FCC has specifically said that that is not a valid use case for PII. Amateur radio is not intended for use in that. And I was actually a firefighter and EMT. We did not transmit PII over the radio unless we would call if it actually came down to it, to put it bluntly. And in a life and death emergency, privacy is not always concerned. But you're not... In an emergency situation, at most you're going to be sending someone's name. And yeah, that's personally identifiable information. But in an emergency situation, which is the only case where you will actually be doing this over amateur radio, you're not going to be doing encryption with it. Because encryption makes the whole thing that much more unreliable. Just ask anyone who has ever used a military radio. I don't know if this can actually... I'm assuming this can route packets. Like, maybe I'm completely wrong about that. Like, if I do telnet 4461.15 to 22, connection refused. Connection refused. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It should not be refused on this link. So it does ping. But it doesn't do anything else. It's not bound to an interface. Yeah, it's listening to all interfaces. Yeah, that's getting no reply. It is sending the packet back, which is interesting. So if we take a look over here, we are 6115. You know how to talk to that. It needs a gateway. Okay, now what? Nope, it's just sending ping packets without actually getting anywhere. Destination 1. Oh, wait, no, I made a typo. I see the typo. That actually sounded different. Are you actually trying to send a reply? Actually, yeah, you did try and send a reply. Hold on, I gotta make a few more adjustments to this. So the MTU there is fine. Attach is fine. Talk to the internet's fine. Protocol parameters is fine. So add route. Add 4461513 via VHF. Route add 446115 for VHF via 4461153. Damn it. I really wish, like, Nano gave you the, or really any text editor gave you the option to basically make it all go be... All right. Oh, I actually saw a ping. Chat, that looks like ping replies to me. That actually, hold on. Can I just need to decrease the interval. That was a ping. That's a ping reply. That is, in fact, a ping reply. Oh, we almost have it. It's so close. Okay, so 1 and 2 on this one. It sends to 3. Yeah, so it sends to 3. It sends the reply, but the reply doesn't make it all the way back. Route. Yeah, chat, that does actually look like ping replies to me. T1. Can I decode that? Not quite. Okay. If I send a ping from here. And that resolves, but what did it resolve to? That doesn't make sense. Destination 2, 1. Unfortunately, I can't run Wireshark over this interface. Yeah, I'm just gonna try something stupid. Let me think of something on the internet I can actually talk to. Does alt.org still have their still have a telnet hack server? I'm assuming it does. Alt.org. Yeah, it does. What's their IP address? Really, I can't... Oh, one more. Alright. So, just to... for shits and giggles factor. Alright, that's not gonna work. Route drop 521.193.11 4461.15.2. I have my actual doubts, but well, that did send a packet. Yeah, it's sending SYN packets. It's not actually getting anywhere. Although, technically speaking, I don't have routing set to the outside world, so... Oh, actually, interesting look. It is actually saying the packet's onward and through, because it's showing up here on the tunnel interface. It's just not completing the round trip. Let me enable Masquerade. IP tables, Masquerade. Alright. Telnet connection free connected. Oh, holy crap, chat. It's working. It's working very slowly, but it is working. Sooner or later, it will load the main menu. Well, I think it tried to load the main menu and it blew a fuse. But, holy shit, that actually worked. That was connecting to... Okay, you know what? I know exactly what we can do then. Oh, that's cool. So yeah, okay, this JNOS's telnet client can't run NetHack. We have now learned this. How do I close a session? Okay, so if that means that that's now working, can I just do 44, 61, 15, 1... Okay, so if that actually is... That's actually really fascinating that that worked. Why the hell did that work? So you have a direct route. You have a direct route to the outside internet like that. So you can actually reach that host with the built-in telnet client. So you know what I could actually access? I could, you know what? GNU.org has an FTP server. It's not, you know, it's not like I love NCFTP GNU.org. So that would be route add. I have no idea if that's actually going to work. Oh, actually, it would be ftp.gnu.org, not gnu.org. I forget how you like. How do I close a session? I think it's kill 4, close maybe, close 4, disconnect 4. There's gotta be a command that does it. It's a mystery. All right, hold on. I really want a victory here, and I feel like this is a victory. FTP session established. GNU FTP server is ready. Anonymous. Oh, holy shit, that's actually working. Chat, that's the internet over amateur radio. What do we download? Illegal port command. Can I do passive? I'm hoping this client is new enough. It might not actually know what passive is. Would it be... Oh god, it might not actually know what passive is. This is a very old piece of software. I doubt this FTP client's been used in decades. And active FTP isn't actually a real problem. Well, apparently, it doesn't let me do fancy terminal crap. I haven't quite figured out why it doesn't let me do fancy terminal crap. But that is... So, the question now I wonder is... Can I go to 41.61.15.1? Connection refused. So it's not letting me talk. I need to give it its internal IP address. 5012. Except that didn't actually work. Well, it worked, but not in the way I... Connection refused. Interesting. I wonder why it's saying connection refused. Can you actually ping the JNOS bulletin board over here? I'm assuming it can, because obviously it's able to route packets both ways. So if I go over here... Wait, did I... Oh, wait, hold on. Did I not install FTP on this one? No, I did install FTP on this one. So... if I do telnet 44.61.15.3... I mean... it's doing things. So now I'm deeply confused on why the masquerade only seems to be working in that direction. It shouldn't. It really shouldn't. It actually should not care about that. I am deeply, deeply confused. It's like, there's, you know what? It's stupid enough to work that I think I just want to try it. Because if this works, it tells me my entire network setup is completely foobarred, but fine. Are you sending any sort of ping reply? You actually are sending ping replies. Yeah, those are valid pings. KD2JRT 1, 2. You're probably missing a route on this end. So I want to contact 3. Can I, do I have MTR? Just because I feel like I'm going completely bonkers here. MTR 44.61.15.3. That was not what I was looking for. And that's just sending a whole lot of noise. Which we've got to wait for the buffer to finish purging. That's traceroute. We are literally listening to a traceroute. I love Scotch. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Oh yeah, you know I should see. Oh Lord. It's got to run out of packets eventually. Okay, fine. Shut it down. Oh god, and there's all the ping replies. That's all the ping replies going back. That's funny in a horrific way. So, Chad, if you ever wonder how trace route works, we just gotta wait for it to finish. No, this is just standard bell modulation tones. This is a known modulation mode, and my call sign is legally in it. There's nothing. I have nothing to worry about. Okay, so now that's done. Is there a mode command here that I missed? No, there just isn't. How does it not support passive? I'm still kind of blown away by the fact that it doesn't support passive. You know what? I think chat was actually right. I think I have IPs backwards. So, okay, VHF interface is 2, the TUN interface is 1. If I do FTP 61.15.1, I still get connection reset, which... Wrong interface. No, apparently I think I had the command back to front. So 4461. Background Wii music. I actually kind of like that. IP address is 2. Ton IP is 1. Shell config 1 point to point 2. So the second number needs to match the first number. Is my ton device still hanging around? No, it is not. Essentially, this is the equivalent of a VM. The way you have to think about it, because it's a foreign IPv stack. Route 34. I probably should be doing this on private IPs if I'm really going to be going down like this absolute madness rabbit hole. Because I really do feel like I'm going down the absolute madness rabbit hole. That was still definite progress, though. Tunnel 1, Tunnel 2. This was working, so hold on. Over here, so 3 loops in upon itself. Okay, so that actually does imply I have part of this actually wrong. Ton interface is 3 and 4, so I think I think the IPs actually do need to be flipped around. Because, yeah, so this should be 4. You're 3. 4, and you have a point-to-point link to 3. Assuming this is causing problems. So destination's 4, destination's 3. We're 4, we're 3. You know, I wonder if there's no way this needs more IP addresses than that. I mean, no, I didn't think so. I have config 4461.15.4 point to point. Let me look at the example config file because I'm starting to doubt my own sanity here. I'm going to take a break in a few minutes just to clear my head and see how much farther I can actually get with this. So the point-to-point has to point at the BBS. So 3, 3, and up. Yeah, so that all looks correct. Okay, so there's no bad ARP entries, which I didn't think there would be. Okay. So that both brings us to here, which doesn't seem right. The tunnel interface should. I think the tunnel interface is the wrong way around, but. Oh, I just had a really stupid way to how to make this work. I just realized what this needs. Route add. Oh, you know what? I just changed all the IPs around, so I'm assuming that this is no longer correct. No, that's actually fine. 15, 2, 235. Hold on. Did that actually ping? So that did ping. Well, it sent the ping. So on this end, so is the ping actually getting there? There's the ping. So why doesn't ping go back? Oh, I know why ping don't go back. There it is. That's okay. That's the round trip. That is actually the round set trip. Disconnect 1, 2, 3, 4 session. Close 1, 2. Okay, so FTP. I heard it try to key up. It's not doing any. Oh, my battery might be dead. The radio battery might be dead. It's not. But I've broken it in a new way. Okay. How did I break it? Let's try ping again. Oh, there we go. FTP session connected. That was weird. I guess it just glitched for a moment. It's not exactly the stat, you know, it's not the most stable thing ever created. So you're connected. Can we, I don't know, do something? Welcome to pure TCP IP, unreachable, need to fragment. Okay, so why are you unreachable? Let's just try that one more time. I think it just glitched out for whatever reason. Nope, it keeps sending unreachables. So why are you unreachable? Oh, you know, the MTU might... Well, that doesn't actually make sense. Why would the MTU need to be that high? Oh, wait. Now let's try it. Oh, chat, look at that. It is actually going. A bit slowly, but it is going. Is my password not password over here? It is now password. That's cool. We're currently on 1200 baud because that's just what I know works with these little Balfangs. They might be able to go to 9600. I've never tried. The fact that it said unknown command is a little bit concerning. It sent a list, and then I think it broke. Did something break? It sent a 500 command, and then... I think something broke. It's thinking about it. $225, $225, $255. I think because whatever command it tried to send, it didn't like. Like, what is this XLZW FTP? Yeah, nope, it broke. It completely deadlocked. What is that command for? Could not open data connection. Do I have a mode? It's interesting that I couldn't open data connection. Yeah, okay, so it really wants it really wants to be an active FTP server. My God. Now, what makes me a bit interested about this is if I were to do I'm assuming nothing good will try this. But okay, so you need another route. Yeah, this definitely is not something that is trivial to set up. And I'm probably like really overselling that too. Can you now... Yeah, echo request, echo reply. So it is getting back. You do have a route. So the echo comes back, and then Nothing. Oh, wait. I have config ton0 promisc on. How do you enable promiscuous mode? Promiscuous. It's almost certainly not turned on by default. It's... Alright, so it's in promiscuous mode. Yeah, so the actual ping reply comes back, we just don't actually ever hear it. I've actually had this weird issue before, I just have no idea how to fix it. I usually just fiddle with crap until it goes away, but I probably should find a real solution to the problem. Because I kind of get the implication my network's a little bit fucked. Because I was able to telnet into JNOS earlier. And now I'm not so sure that I can. Like, see, that works. Okay, and you know, I really do need to figure out how you close sessions. Okay, so hitting F5 just makes the whole thing go away. That is not useful to know. So I can route packets through it. It just... the ping replies even come back through. Like, if we listen to... actually, you know, that's actually a good litmus test right now. TCP dump I ton0. Yeah, those are the packets going out. Let me see here. Does anything come back? So echo request comes out. This comes back. Syscontrol print IP forward. IP forward is in fact enabled. Oh, wait. I see the problem. Or I think I see the problem. You're getting a reply from 3, and you are... okay, so you are in fact 3, so it is seeing that. And let me try doing that the other way, just to see what happens. Absolutely nothing. Yep, nope, that is an absolutely nothing. Is JNOS running? Yeah, JNOS is running. You have routes. I really do think I screwed something up. Yeah, I'm just gonna do a fresh reboot, and I'm gonna take a brief break while everything reboots, and I'm gonna give it one more college try. All right, give me a few minutes, and then I will be right back for another go. Okay. I had a thought. I think part of the problem is I actually should need route this as subnets. I have it. So I have a /28. What I need is an IP calculator. Because let me split my subnet into two parts. So if I've got 250, 44, 61, 15, 1, and a net mask of 28. That works. So if I define that as a 29 instead, yeah, that actually is valid. All right, can I reconnect to you now, since you should be done rebooting? Yes, I can. Okay. So, given that thought, let me open autoexec.nos. So let's split my subnet into two parts. Let me use a /29 on this end and a /29 on the other end. So the net mask here should be, if I want to make this a /29, it needs to be 248. Because that's going to refer to the IP addresses on this end of the connection. And this is going to be 2 and 1. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just do it that way. So then the route will be... All right, so if I want to start the next IP block at 8... or it would be at 7. Oh, God, I really suck at subdividing networks. Broadcast would be 8 for the next block. Yeah, I would have to use 8 for the next block. So it would be 8/29 for the route. And that route is accessible via VHF. So then we go up here. So the tunnel interface here is 2, and this talks to 1. Okay. So you should now... what did I just do? Oh, right, because I don't have direwolf running. It just glitched out. Oh, God, it's almost already 4 in the morning. How long have I been streaming for? 4 hours, but I also had a 2-hour debug session before I did anything today. All right, so handheld and... Oh. Okay, so you're on 2. And that is up and running. So Katie... Oh, you need to be restarted. So on this end of the connection... you need to be on the upper half of the IP address. So that would be 8... 9 and 248. Yeah, so length 29. Yeah, okay, so that's valid. So that puts JNOS here and then puts that onto the next subnet. Then configures a tunnel tap device, and that needs to be 9 and 8. Before we do that, I want to confirm that I can telnet to this. So 44.61.15.2. And I end up on the Chromebook. If I do 1, nothing happens. Which makes me think I've got the IP addresses backwards. Because this was working. I was able to telnet to it. I'm almost tempted to reinstall and just put a fresh config in. 2.4. Let's see here. 0.2. That's the tunnel interface. 1. And I just end up talking to the Chromebook. So the way it does it here, which doesn't seem right to me, it sets this like that, and then I am really tempted just to blow away the entire config and try again. Because, like I said, this was, in fact, working before. Attach ton 0. Keep it as simple as possible just to figure out what exactly is wrong with my config. So this refers to the tunnel device in JNOS. I don't know if it's JNOS or JNOS. but either way, IP address 2. Okay, now that's working. So I guess I did have the config wrong. So then let me set the port correctly now. Okay. So that means over here, the tunnel device needs to be 8, 8. So that would be 9, 9, and then 8 to 9. Okay, cool. Now it's okay. Now that all talks to each other. So now let's actually set the routes. So now that we've got that part, all right. So TNC is attached. I just gotta start up Direwolf. Wait for Direwolf to actually start up. Okay, so now we need to fix the route. So what we want is to send 15.0/29 to VHF. And then ping 4461512. Something broke. Where's it think the radio is? 5. There's gotta be a better way to do that. Okay. All right, that's a ping. No ping reply there. Oh, but there'll be no route. Yeah, look, it sent a QST. I'm assuming that's an ARP packet it tried to send out because the base operating system doesn't actually know how to talk to that. So then route add 256115 8/29, and you go through gateway 4461152. Okay, maybe. Let's see. So is it not routing the packet to the host operating system? Okay, so it does know how to talk to that. Also, backspace doesn't work. Okay. So default route is through ton 0, so in theory, right, and then it tries to get an ARP reply for that and goes completely kaputski. Because there's no ARP. That would do it. Because there's no way for it to get an ARP reply. Sudo ARP. Maybe not. If I do... Yeah, so those are ping packets actually coming in. It's just not going anywhere useful with them. Tunnel here is 8. JNOS here is 9. Did I do the prefixing wrong? No, it wouldn't be Windows firewalling because I'm not actually connecting from the Windows machine. I'm on 2 meters on 144.375. Yeah, it's not even trying to ping reply. Or actually, when I ping 9, it does look like it's trying to get... Because QST would be to broadcast. So destination 9, destination 8... K2JRT, K2JRT sends a QST back. And do we actually see this here? So it does actually see the QST. We see the echoes going out. The echoes even getting anywhere useful. No. Actually, you know what? That route won't work. Length 29. No, because this actually has to be /8. That would do it. Okay, so hold on. TCP IP echo reply. Why isn't it sending it back? So that one actually got through. Okay, so that's 9. Destination 9. Sudo route net 6550.29 gateway 226159.8. Yeah, that's the ping coming in. So what happens if I ping the other way? Nothing happens. Nothing happens because I set the route wrong. $15.0. Okay, so we have destination 0/9. I do have my IP addresses valid here. Like, I'm not screwing up my IP calculator. 0 with 29. Host minimum 1. Host max 6. And then if I use... Oh, right. I can't use these IP addresses. I have to move it up 1. Yeah. Because when you do really tiny subnets, you lose more IPs than you realize. So 9 is host minimum. That's okay. So you just need to be 10. And then you have a route to send everything back to 0. Okay, let's try that. Okay, so that time I replied with unknown host. So now you probably just need a route to send information back the way it came. Just to confirm, I can still telnet. Yeah, I can still telnet. It's interesting that... Okay, so why aren't those packets even going anywhere? Well, hold on. Easy solution. So 2.2 and 9.9. Let's make sure these two can talk to each other. Because they can't... Oh, yep, that's not going to work. Okay, yep, Telnet session connected, and yep, that's connected to JNOS. So these two are able to exchange IP packets no problem. It's not fast, but it does work. Okay then, so if I do 10, can you talk to anything? Nope, you get a QST there. How do I close a session? Also, I just noticed there's a mode command here. Okay, so that just says mode interface. Close 1, close 5. I get the impression my route doesn't work. 44, 61, 15, 8. Length 29. Host minimum is 9 through 14. I can have 6 addresses on that net. Net mask of 248. It does not seem to want me to be able to set that net mask. 22, 41, 15, 9. And that does come back. Oh, okay, hold on. I actually see the problem. It needs a gateway. I'm really flexing my network chops today. 44, 61, 15, 9. That's a ping. Connection refused, which I believe that's what it should do on this machine, because I don't think I have a telnet daemon installed. And I do not. So that is actually expected behavior. So let's do the same over here. Now that I'm... Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So that means that this has to go to 6.1.15.2. Okay, and that's alive. Can you actually reach 1? You can't reach 1. Interesting. Gateway interface. So, can you still ping 10? No. Although that may be because the OS doesn't have a route. Yep, there's the ping. So sudo route add net 254.61.15.0/29 gateway 44.61.15.2. Network is unreachable. You know what? Oh, there's the echo reply. That is echo reply sent and received. So that means JNOS now knows what it's talking to. So that means we should just have to add a route 255.61.51 8/29 dev 10.0. Yes! Oh my god, it worked. Oh my god, that actually worked. That's a ping. That is a legitimate ping going through. Oh, I can't believe that actually worked. My god, that took a lot of effort. Okay, so that means I should be able to do NCFTP KD2JRT 44.61.15.9. Eden, yeah, we're using JNOS 2.0. Chat, that sounds like an IP. That sounds like a could not connect, connection refused because I used the wrong IP address. There she blows. Oh, it ran into issues because the MTU is too high. Nope, it seems to be okay. Chad, are you actually able to hear the packets from my handheld? Oh, this is... that. Okay, I have to admit, this is actually really neat. It's not fast. We definitely should let it download something. Okay, sorry. I'm kind of cloud 9 on this. And you know what? We should also take it up to 9600 baud. There's nothing stopping us at this point from doing so. Listen to those packets download. That's a half duplex internet connection. This is literally history. This is how it used to work. I don't think it was this slow, but it's working. Accepted data connection. I do want to run iPref, but God, that iPref on this is going to be stupid. All right, iPref is up and running. That TCP window size is going to be absolutely horrendous. Also, I think it stopped working. All right. I assume it's still hanging up. Yeah, it's hanging up. And Direwolf is still sending packets. Eagle, turn the clank. 44, 61, 15, 10. Chat, this is not going to be fast. This is going to be the opposite of fast. Look, it just connected. It took that long to make the connection. God. What is it? Oh, God. Look at it, what it's sending. So it transferred 67 kilobytes in 20 seconds. I don't think that is accurate. Oh God, no, it's because JNOS queued the packets. JNOS has an internal packet queue. Yeah, JNOS has an internal packet queue. So it took all the packets from iPref and is now transmitting them. Chat, this might take a while. And I can't control C it because the process is already stopped. Is it done yet? Yeah, look, now look, all the error packets are now going back the other way. Hold on, I think we should open Wireshark up. We can open up, let's actually open up Void Listener. We should look at this in all its glorious beauty. Except for the fact that I apparently have broken networking on Voidwalker because the VNC client is not connecting. Can you talk to the internet? Okay, you can talk to the internet. So why can't you connect? Is my DNS just completely broken? Yeah, it's still going. All right. So, all right. Here's the pie. Let's actually let's look at the beast. And then we should set it to 9600 baud. We can actually go quite a bit faster than that, but... Or at least in theory. Chat, look at all the resets. That's glorious. That is glorious. Is it done yet? I think it's done. Okay. I actually want to, before we actually tear this down though, I actually want to try downloading a file just to get an idea of what it actually, there's got to be something on this machine I can download. Really, I have Jack and Squat, don't I? Oh, I got a bunch of PNGs here. But you know what I'll actually end up doing? Bin ls Python. Why don't we watch the Glacier 10? Oh, no, other way around. No, that was right. I know I'm getting tired because I'm transposing digits. I am actually really curious to see how fast this goes. You can literally hear the Synac handshake. Oh, it looks like it actually something broke. Oh, connection refused. Because I forgot a port number. So you know what we're also seeing? Retransmissions. One hundred bits per second. I really think it's having a stroke of some sort. All right, so I think there's a few more settings we need to adjust. So that's going to be a Control C there. But I think I know what we have to adjust past this point. So let me hit exit. So I think the MTU on this side also needs to be 255. And I also, what was the route command I actually set to make the whole thing go? Yeah, it was this. So that'll also set up the route for us, so I don't have to keep doing it. Okay. So now we go on this side. We're going to shut that down. And then we grab the route command here. Well, you know, I feel good about... If I ever had to pass a networking exam, I'm feeling pretty good about it. Okay, so... Question mark. Does it work? VNC seems to have glitched out. I can't click. All right, did I not change the MTU on this side? I don't think I changed the MTU on this side. I did not change the MTU on this side. 255. Also, I have to change it down there. 255. Means I also need to change it here. Exit. Yes. Oh, and nope, that's correct. I'm assuming with a proper MTU, it might actually be, like, less unhappy. Those are packets. A bunch of error packets, but those are packets. Tirewell still sending stuff, or are you, like, actually happy? Ping 446115.2. Okay, you're happy there. And you're happy there. So... I am really curious on why that broke. Oh, Wireshark itself actually looks like it locked up. Oh. Alright, so what's happening here? So there's the TCP IP connection. And then it sends a retransmission. Are you missing a route? Did I mess up your route command? I did mess up your route command. Yeah, that would do it. Because you actually just want to go out via ton 0. You don't actually want to go out that way. That also means that the command on this side is completely foobarred. Oh no, apparently I got it right on that side and wrong on the other one. I don't even. It's still sending retransmissions, but it is making headway. Oh, downloading file. You know, that's a pretty consistent rate of download. What would I expect on this type of link? So baud rate calculator. See, here's the problem. Look at all the ACKs it has to send there and back. It's also having duplicate problems, but it's definitely nowhere near as bad as what it was before. Because it's basically ACKing every packet as it comes in. I feel like we're not actually seeing the whole conversation. 300 bytes per second. That actually sounds about right. Yeah, 1200 baud would be, well, I mean, it'd be 1200 bits per second, but we have the entire overhead of the TCP stacking on top of each itself. No, it is actually just basically getting those packets as a giant, yeah, that's actually working as intended. I think that's actually about what we would expect for the speed. TCP/IP sucks on these type of lengths. I want to take a screenshot of this, and then I want to make it go faster. Faster! Oh, man, that is a mood. You know, hold on. Is B bytes or bits per second? Because if B is bits, bytes per second, that would actually be about right. Because 100 bytes a second to baud rate. Because 100 bytes times, it would be times 8. 800 bits per second. Yeah, no, that would actually be... That would be about bang on for what I'd expect. UDP is possible. We can basically do it. So now I have a sudden and disgusting urge to install Debian on this link. And no, this is literally just TCP/IP. This is TCP/IP. So chat, should we actually, hold on, I'm actually going to run a poll here. I also want to try this over TFTP at some point, but oh my god, the fact that I'm actually seeing this work, this is goddamn magical. And as I say that, it stops working. I think our packets collisioned. Also, if you've enjoyed this content, please consider buying a QSO card from my store or supporting the channel with the links otherwise in the description. This is probably one of the most cursed things I have ever done. Yeah, chat, I think the fuse went blue. Bueller. Bueller. Oh, you know what it is? The TCP IP window is actually recalculating. Chat, the fuse blew. Or did... Wait, hold on. Wait, we may have run out of battery power. No, we still have... We're still reading 3 bars on the Baofeng. Oh, there we go. There we go. It lives. It lives. It lives. Oh my god, all of you, all 13 votes have forgot to go fast. Okay. I will give the people what they want. So Control C. That was actually going even faster. Let's exit. Let's shut it all down. I didn't actually mean to shut down Direwolf, but that's fine. Ah, chat, the silence of the bands. Okay, so what do I actually have to put in the config file to, I have never actually taken, I've never gone up to 9600. No, that should be completely legal. Technically speaking, I probably should do this on UHF, but I don't... Hold on. FCC symbol rate. Yeah, I don't think there's any... I just want to make sure I'm reading the rules correctly here, because this is a recent rule change. Because originally you couldn't actually go faster than 1,200 on VHF. Here it is. Amateur radio symbol rates. I need to make sure I'm actually doing this legally before I do it. Bands with a 300 rate limit, which is 10 meter. Okay, 10 meter band has a 1200 band limit. Yeah, okay, there's no actual legal problem for doing it. All right. I need to bring the manual up because I need to see how we I have no idea how you configure it. I think oh, you know, hold on. Wait. I don't think I actually Control C. Cuz I did once play with this on HF, and when I played with it on HF, yeah, I think all I have to do is add modem 9600. Modem 9600. Are you good with that? That's the wrong file I just edited. Come on, Direwolf. Okay, channel 0, 9600 baud, sample rate, times 3. Alright, so now on this side... okay, so it actually wants me to be on a higher sample rate. So can I tell it to use 4880? How do I tell it to increase its sample rate? R. Did you have the same warning? Yeah, you actually did have the same warning. Like I said, I've never tried doing this before. I've never had a reason to. Okay, it says it's good enough. So let's start up JNOS. And let's do some pings. 44, 51, 61, 15, 9. Well, the town sounds different. Are you decoding? Oh, right, that would do it. Where's Direwolf listening? You're on 2 now. That's slightly concerning. Yeah, it's transmitting, but we're not getting decodes. Crap. Why do we not decode? It is oh, you know what it may be? It might, the higher the bandwidth, all right, you know, before we go all the way up to ludicrous speed, let's try working our way up to that. Because I have this distinct feeling we're going to have decode problems. So before we go all the way up to ludicrous speed, let's try 2400. And then we'll just try each incremental one until we have it working. Okay, 2400 compatible. 2400. Come on. Well, that was a different sound. Okay, those are decodes. Okay. God, that sounds trippy. It's like it's talking to aliens. God, that sounds really different. it having decode problems? Oh no, it is going. Not fast, but it is going. Hold on, let me... You know, it might need different slot delay options. It may not just be I can just drop this in and have it work. That's a lot slower than I thought it would be. I think the TCP/IP... 9600 may not work on a Baofeng. I've never actually tried... I've never tried doing this beyond... I've never tried going past 1200 baud before. It's definitely trying. Highest band... highest baud I could go... If I used Vara, I could take it all the way to the kilobit range, but... A, I don't really want to set Vara, and B, well, Vara's proprietary software. That's the biggest problem with it. Alright. I think we just need to adjust some settings, and I think we can get this to run a lot faster. So, if we go to this slot thing, forget what parameter the other parameters. Let me set this to 128. And I'm going to increase the transmission delay. All right. So you have pings on this side. Why are you not doing anything useful over here? Oh, there we go. Now it's starting to ping. And it's dropping packets, which does imply that there is actually some issues with trying to decode this mode. Although I think wget's still trying to go. Yeah, it is actually. Yeah, it's sending a lot of retransmissions. Oh, Waiting for response. I think I have to adjust the settings a little bit more aggressively. Yeah, I suspect the same thing's happening on 2400 baud. Although I also suspect there's other problems. The fact that it's working at all with a Baofeng kind of makes me happy. Like, let's be honest, Baofengs get shit on, sometimes justifiably because the receive front ends are kind of garbage. But let's be honest, I'm doing this with a $20 radio. My base station is a lot more than $20, but you could do this with 2 Baofangs. The only thing you need is a way to pull the push-to-talk switch. No, I think this is actually definitely faster. Because look at it is actually having to retransmit packets, but I think the actual data rate is higher. Because every time it gets packets, it gets about... It's just not running at a consistent run. But you know what? I think I can adjust. Let's see if we can get more performance out of this, because I think the timing options are off. And you know what? Because this is actually a shared link, I think I can set that to 0 and it will not complain. Or I should say it's going to complain, but I don't think it's going to be an actual problem. Because that's going to remove all the timing delays, and that's just going to tell it to go beep. And I think I can also reduce the transmission delay. I'm going to just remove it to 10, and like let's actually like see like how much of the boat anchor we can actually get out of here. Actually, that may not work because it may need... Well, that was a lot of retransmission. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's clobbering each other. Oh, maybe not. Waiting response. Okay, hold on. I'm actually mentally... I'm doing some mental... I'm trying to remember everything I can remember about TCP IP off the top of my head. And what I actually think I just remembered... Okay, so if I remember these parameters correctly, 30. I'm trying to remember exactly how the slots work. Because this is actually part of the AX.25 protocol. AX.25 ports. Baud rate, packet length, and window. 32. Let me see. Does Direwolf have any actual recommendations on this? Like, or do I just have to kind of, you know, YOLO it? Slot. So it recommend. Okay, here's Direwolf settings. So it recommends a slot time of 10, or no, 63, and a slot time of 10, and a transmission delay of 30. And then I think on this side, I need to adjust the slot delay. So that'd be 63. You know, I'm just going to set them to the same because the way this is supposed to work is basically both sides use random numbers to determine who can transmit at any given time. If I really wanted to make this go fast, I need 2 radios, and this would have to run full duplex. I'm also going to turn off the rate. I don't think it's going to make a difference, but... And that moved to a different PTY. Because of course it has. Because it'd be too easy for this to have a sane and consistent interface. Right. Okay, persist 60 through, slot time, full duplex. Okay, nope, I got those settings wrong. If I had 2 radios going at once, so I had a full duplex link instead of a half duplex, it would actually be quite a bit of an it would actually be a much larger improvement. And I actually have enough radios, I just don't have enough radio cable to actually do that. Alright, next thing I have to figure out is a better way to set the PTS, so I don't have to worry about things just breaking like that. Because what it's doing is it's basically attaching to a random screen terminal and then trying to send commands on it, which isn't really all that useful. Okay, so you're happy there, you're happy there. Can you two ping each other? Okay. Let's see if that helped. There's the GET request. I think I made it worse. Those slot options really do make a massive difference on how well often this actually works. So slot time persist. Okay, so I'm starting to understand how all these options actually fit together. So slot time is the probability of it transmitting. So you know what? We're just going to set it to 0. Come on. Okay, and then my PTS is now 2. Slot time persist 0. Yeah. Yeah, I do think we actually do want that. In fact, I don't think I need to actually restart Direwolf between reconfiguring this. I think I can just do that. Or, well, I can do it if I actually had Direwolf running. Did I break it? Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe 255 is what I need to set that to. What was the example config? What did it set that those tuning parameters to? Because what you do, these parameters exist if you've got multiple users on the same channel. 255.11. All right, you know what? Let's try it. I'll even set the full duplex option. I don't know if I should actually have that set, but screw it. We're just gonna go for broke. Okay, so that's not quite going to work. I need a little bit delay because it's splatting on top of itself. So let me just set the half duplex parameter back to on. And we just have to keep going until we find a config that works. Oh, this is still going. All right. That probably also helps. Was there another speed parameter I had to set? So apparently there's a bunch of things you have to change to make this all work. Yeah, like here, 2440. That's actually to be 255. Yeah, so that should be all good. Two 240. So it sent it. So persist. Apparently I still have set for 255 on this one, which of course is not actually going to work. Okay, I think the TX delay is too short now. Chad, I think I broke it. There we go. Now we're getting pings. All right. So the question is it actually happier now? Is it trying to send packets too quickly? K2JRT1. Like, are we not getting decodes? Like, what's going on here? No, packets are going. I do think this was faster at the slower baud rate. I think TCP/IP is slowing down. Let me just keep it running because it might actually slow down to a rate where it's going to be usable. One config is still using 1200. No, I do have it at 2400 on both sides. Yeah, it basically transmits weights, transmits. It uses a slot system that allow multiple clients on the band at the same time, but TCP/IP does not work particularly well like this. So so you know what? Why don't we try? I wonder. The thing is that I suspect. Well, I suspected that UDP would have worked. Maybe it doesn't. Direwolf. Fragmented data packet. Read request. Yeah, I suspect TCP. I suspect TCP. TFTP cannot deal with this small data packet mode. You know what? I really just want to see if it works better. Let's just see how it works with going back to 1200 baud, because that may be all I can match with these radios. In theory, the base should be able to go way higher than that, but it's my base station. So I do wonder if that actually does need to be 256. Actually, it probably does need to be 256. I'll just put it back to the way it was. Okay, so exit. Shut down Direwolf. I mean, we could always go down to 300 baud if we really want to pull the Glacier out. Yeah, still alive. We did make progress. That may be, you know what, the slot delay may be too high or too short. Actually, because that immediately sends it back. Yeah, I suspect the transmit delays are too low. Because I see the packet go here, and then it doesn't come back out. So I'm also getting a little hungry. I guess those are the settings that work. I hear it coming back, but I don't hear it getting pinged. 44, 61, 15, 1. Did the radio die? The radio may have died. No, we're still good there. I hear the reply and the response come back out. But you don't actually seem to manage to do anything with that. So this is, yeah, this, you know what? Probably transmit delay, because D-Wait was the other option I could set to make this kind of be less stupid. Although technically speaking, I think the transmit delay actually has to be set here. Pram VHF 570. Nope, that's not it. Okay, I did something that really broke, and I have no idea what that was. Slot time, see here, persist is 63, slot time is 10, full duplex is 0. How the hell did I break it this badly? $200 milliseconds, 300. So TX delay of 300. And a TX tail has to be set. Alright, so let's try saying TX tail. Param VHF 610. That's not it. It's 4. You know what? This is not where this would be configured. It would be configured in Direwolf. Oh no, Direwolf would just get the settings from here. So we'll set that to 10 with the delay on 30 again. Because the tail basically keeps the transmit switch up longer than it would be otherwise. If not all the data has actually come out of the sound card and it's cutting the tail end of the packet out. Set hardware, expected command. Set hardware, command, TX tail, persistence, full duplex, slot time. And then we get here on this side. And it transmits back no problem. This implies there's actually a more serious problem here. I think it's been working for retransmits because the response comes back so quickly that I can't do anything with it. VHF param TX delay 75. How quickly does Direwolf send the reply to this? That worked. That's a really long delay. That's probably just because... Alright, so let's try 60. And that's fine. 50. Also fine. Okay, so that one's too slow. So 30 then? No, it looks like 50 is the magic sweet spot here. Yeah, it looks like 50 is actually the sweet spot here. So if we go back to wget. I want to see what speed it actually holds at, because as long as it's consistently downloading instead of stop go, that's actually going to be better. And that actually looks like it's downloading at a reasonable rate of speed. I say reasonable, but... So that did a TCP window update size. So it's actually calculating a smaller window. And then it goes silent. Because what's happening is we're having packet collisions. Actually, you know, chat, this seems like it's actually running faster than before, but just because it seems to be running more consistently. Also, operator message. Flight message transport protocol, yeah. Well, it was 256 before I tinkered with it. I don't know if it's supposed to be 256, because technically speaking, that would be the local framing interface. I don't think it would matter, per se. Because I see bits on the wire 255, so it doesn't look like it's sending packets that are too big. I mean, yeah, I mean, look at that. You see, it's actually bursting packets. Look, the speed basically jacked up because JNOS, I think, is queuing packets in both directions. Because the Linux kernel isn't aware that it's going over a radio stack. We've completely bypassed that. We're using a third-party TCP IP stack that does work. I mean, I've already downloaded 14 kilobytes. Like, you could download a technical reference text that's text only in that. Sarge95, yes, it is. It's actually even worse on real radio, so I went and broke out another TCP IP stack. We're using JNOS, and I actually am routing a full goddamn subnet to make this work. It's a little bit obnoxious at what this took to actually get working. Like, it was legitimately painful to get this far. Yeah, writing up how I got this far is actually going to be a difficult thing because I'm not actually sure how I got this far. Honestly, I just want to see if it downloads the damn file. At this point, I'm kind of committed just to seeing if it'll even work. Because that way we can see how long it actually takes in terms of an average. So, you know what? I'm going to go get something to drink. Because I have killed off my... Oh, no, correction. I did have a fresh toothpaste, sure. Oh god, this legitimately sucked. This was probably one of the worst things I've done. As far, I mean, all things considered, it wasn't actually painful, but my brain is actually hurting. So I'm going to stretch. You guys can listen to LS as modulated in 1200 baud. I mean, let's be honest. You could send email on this link, and it would work just fine. Even news groups would be completely viable on this. I may take a crack at fixing the kernel, but the problem is actually pretty serious. The biggest issue that we learned here is it's more than just a race condition. There's a lot more actually fundamentally broken in how it's processing TCP IP connections. I don't even understand it well enough to be sure of where the bug is, which is partially why I did this. So I'm going to try and get public awareness and see if I can get someone else to do it. And if that fails, then I'll do it. So give me a little bit. I'm going to stretch my legs, and I'm going to think about what comes next. And, yeah, when it stops like that, that means the packets have collided too hard. chilly out. You know what? I want to film a clip of this for Reddit. Where the hell is my cell phone? Oh, wow. It's actually on the charger for once. Oh, I accidentally hit the transmit button on the Baofeng. I'm recording a clip in my hand. Oh, I think something broke. What happened? Are we going again, or... Yeah, there we go. There we go. Just got stuck buffering. Is it just saying a whole bunch of push acknowledgements? Something's died. It's not doing anything. Oh, the battery on the handheld on the Chromebook is dead. Let me swap in a new battery. I have an entire box of batteries. Where the hell did I put them? Yeah, it's stuck in a retransmit loop because there's no power on the other radio. Or it's low power. It's fading in and out, and it's blinking low battery. So I have no doubt that that's kind of why it has stopped working. Let me, as soon as I find my little bag of battery, my handheld bag, I'll switch in a new battery. Fortunately, I have one extra large heavy-duty battery, which should theoretically be full. Yeah, it is trying, but yeah, okay. So this battery comes out, and fresh battery goes in. Okay. New battery's in. Let's restart it. Simply because I don't have that many SDRs. No, Sarge, I'm routing to subnets because I couldn't do it as a point-to-point link. I have two 2/29s that are routed to each other to make this work, with 2 IP addresses on each side to coordinate the thing. It was not fun. All right, let me Control-C that. And let's wait for the packet queue to actually flush out. Okay, fresh battery is in. Let's try that again. Cool. Okay. Now I just need to figure out the easiest way to get that off. You know what? I can use the MacBook Pro to get that off. I'll post that to Reddit, and then after that, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do next. Because right now, it's been kind of a mixed bag, this project. I probably should have hyphen C'd that so it would continue, but whatever. Yep. Sarge, this is how the internet. This is how people got. This is how you used to connect to ARPANET if you did not work for a university. TCP/IP was originally used on amateur radio links before it was ever used on ARPANET. Is this not syncing to iCloud? Because, you know, it's an iDevice. It doesn't make anything to get... It never makes it easy to make getting things off it. Okay, here we go. Phone. I mean, I could always post... You know what? I actually have the Reddit app on here, so I guess I could just post it from the Reddit app. Amateur radio. Create. Wait, what happened to the video clip I just... Here we go. Share photos. Oh, you know what? I can airdrop. You know what? I can airdrop this to my MacBook. Assuming I remember how airdrop actually works, because I... Here we go. Infinity Way. Alright, let me post this up to Reddit. Still going. Where did I put those? Where did it drop? Oh, I put it in my downloads folder of all places. And then it stopped. Okay, and that's been posted to Reddit. As soon as it approves, I'll put it in a link and ask folks to upvote it. Chris, I honestly don't know. JNOS is expected. So JNOS actually started life on CPM. That's how old this effing code base is. It's from 1983. It started life as Kilo Alpha 9 Quebec. It was the first TCP IP stack for MS-DOS, and it realistically was the freeware option for many, many years. It's one of the few times where amateur radio stuff really got picked up by the general public until Trumpet Windsock finally killed it. So this is an ancient, ancient code base. But I could also run this on my compact portable. Like, I kid you not. All I would have to do is plug in a USB serial adapter so the Direwolf would show up over the serial port. And this would work on the portable. And I think I will actually try that. Not tonight, and maybe not for this video, but I think I do want to try that. If nothing else, for shits and giggles factor. So view profile. Has this, like I said, I'm waiting for this post to actually process. Here we go. If folks want to upvote me on Reddit, feel free. I'm still kind of annoyed the first download died, not for a technical reason, but because we were going for so long, the handheld battery died, which actually tells me I should go find its charger. Because I do actually have a second, I have a second Baofeng that, yep, here it is. So I should charge up that battery, because I'm no doubt going to need it at some point in the future. So to give you an idea of the real world practicality, on VHF bands, my transmission range is 60 miles. On HF, it can go up to 600 miles, and quite a bit more than that. Okay, so where did I put the empty battery? Seriously, where did I just put the empty battery? The one we just emptied, the one we just killed. Oh, here it is. Nope, that's my cell phone. Oh, you're kidding me. Did I have the radio in my hand. I have this one right here. Also, its antenna was sitting directly on an electrical socket, which was probably not a good thing. Oh, you're kidding me. There it is. It fell to the floor. Okay. So we plugged that into the other handheld, and then that is now on the charger. So now I have a bigger battery to save for when I actually need it. Well, this wasn't completely starting from scratch. I had a general idea. I've played with JNOS in Jersey City in one of my very last streams before I moved to Oregon. I couldn't get it to work then, but I've had 2 months to think about it. I am really quite proud of this. This is probably the coolest thing I've done on amateur radio yet. I know most people would think talking to the International Space Station would be more interesting, and I guess in some ways it is. But Sorry, I'm kind of just on Reddit. I'm currently on Discord posting about this because I sorry, it's very rare I actually do something and I want a happy dance afterwards, and that's kind of where I am right now. Eden Rose, because I didn't think to do it, and at this point we've already gone farther. Well, Lumi, the fact of the matter is that this technology, it's not new technology. I am currently using the old school modulations. If I throw some more modern technology at this, I can easily increase my bit rate. I could probably get between 4 and 8 kilobytes without too much issue. I just don't really want to use Vara for a variety of reasons. But there are other data modulation codecs that should, at least in theory, suck less. The problem is that there's been really no innovation in this space for a really long time. As I've mentioned earlier in the stream, the hold on, a little bit more context. For various reasons, the vast majority of amateur radio operators in the world are actually Americans. It largely comes down to the fact that America has had a lot of money, and during the space race, the federal government actually worked very hard to get people into radio. It was part of basically building up the country's scientific education as a whole. So there was a lot. That's where incentive licensing came from, where the modern license classes came from. I'm not allowed to encrypt it. More specifically, if I were to use encryption, I'd have to publish all my private keys, because the rules do not allow me to use. The rules do not allow for what are called. I can't obscure the meaning of the transmission. So by those rules, authentication is considered okay. Like, I can transmit a password hash instead of the password because the meaning of the message isn't actually lost. The same thing is like if I want to use one-time codes over clear text, completely okay. There's even a special version of SSH that's specifically designed to meet Part 97 rules that only has authentication and no encryption. So, oh, I can do DNS. I could route general purpose internet traffic over this if I so wanted. We actually connected to ftpgnu.org earlier when I was trying to debug the entire network setup. But with this setup as it is right now, with the antenna that I have installed in my car, I realistically could, if I put in an HF antenna, I literally could do this. Granted, I'd be doing it at 300 baud instead of 1200, but I could literally do this across oceans. I kid you not, that's what the actual range of this is. If we were to try using a more modern modulation... See, the problem is that the more quote-unquote modern modulations deal with signal-to-noise ratio, but the signal rate limitations have largely meant that there's been no development at faster codecs, faster modulations. When we do quote-unquote high speed on ham, it really is just taking a Wi-Fi router, retuning it out of the consumer-grade ISM bands and into the small area. We actually have 2 or 3 channels that are specifically dedicated. I think it's channels 13, 14, and 15 are the amateur radio 2.4 gigahertz band. And on those bands, we can run a Wi-Fi router at 25 watts, but we have to also meet all the other Part 97 requirements. You can do it. You can also do this with LoRa. This would work drop-in perfectly with LoRa, and LoRa is an unlicensed service. It also gets about 10 kilobits per second because LoRa handles the modulation part. We're doing the modulation in software. And honestly, that's kind of a motivation for me to actually get some LoRa shit. Because on LoRa, we should be able to do about 10 megabits. If I had 4 LoRa modems, one for receive, one for transmit, and had a full duplex link, I would probably be able to manage about the equivalent of an ISDN line. And it wouldn't even be all that expensive to do that. Low-raw I can't run at that high power. Low-raw runs in Part 15 rules, so it's still limited to, I think, 500 milliwatts. It's just low-raw has taken advantage of modern technology. I am using the best and brightest of the Bell system as it existed 30 years ago. Sorry, I'm actually responding to comments on YouTube because the first on Reddit because the first response was, I can't believe someone's actually still using JNOS. I'm sorry, I am just tickled by this. At this point, I actually now want to put I have motivation to actually get not only get my HF antenna up here in at the house working. I want to put a ham stick on the car, and I want to actually see how far. Like, I want to go for distance. We're doing, yeah, this is done completely in software. It is being transmitted over radio, but the radios are completely dumb. I'm using Direwolf as a software TNC. How much does low raw equipment even go for? So if I wanted to build a 2 low raw node, And I want this about as idiot-proof as it gets. I know you can do it with... I know there's hardware modules, but I really don't want to plug in an Arduino if I don't have to. Wow, LoRa shit is cheap. Here, I'll just throw it onto the other window because we might as well do some shopping together. Like, is this what I'm assuming this is basically an all-in-one kit where, yeah, IoT made easy. Antenna go there, and I'm assuming on the other end of that. Because if I really want to make it fly, I would need at least 2 channels, so 4 transmits. Like, I really know nothing about LoRa. Is this what I would need? I guess I could plug this into an... Yeah, I could actually probably just plug this straight into a Raspberry Pi. I'm assuming that's a 3.3 pins. Hey, MD explains. We have it working. It is held together with ducts and code from the 1980s, and I do literally mean that. We are literally routing this through JNOS. And if you know what JNOS is, power to you. Yep. Oh, it looks like we hit a packet collision. Go to CDE byte. I've never used LoRa. I literally, my first radio experience was just getting my amateur radio ticket and kind of just going for it. So CDE byte. If I can, oh, here we go. RS-232. How much do they want for these? Purchase. I hit purchase. Oh, AliExpress. Why is this one $101? Oh, it's a 10-piece. It's a 10-piece kit. That's cheap. I mean, yeah, I would still probably... I'd probably have to plug them into either... I just have to think about how I'd actually plug it into anything. Because ideally, I prefer to have it plugged into USB. But wow, that is cheap. Well, Malt, I can just use multiple boards. What I would just need is a dedicated receive board and a dedicated transmit board on both ends. TCP IP really wants to be on a full duplex connection. It obviously works on half duplex, but as you can hear, it's yep. That is obscenely cheap. Well, rip amateur radio. I hate to say in that, but realistically speaking, that is a good way to kill data modes on amateur radio if you can actually. It's actually kind of sad that would honestly, I'm curious on how much faster it would work. Sarge, negative. We're on 144 we're on 144 megahertz, which means I'll actually go further here. And if I really wanted to do so, the way radio works is that the longer the wavelength, the more it will penetrate and the more it will reflect. So while in theory 70 centimeters and 2 meters should have the same characteristics because they both will pass through the atmosphere, in practice what actually happens is that 2 meter radio signals will generally tolerate, they'll generally bounce quite a bit better than 70 centimeters. It's sort of how 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi tends to be more reliable than 5 gigahertz. Same concept, we're just going even further up the frequency bands. Past the 2-meter band, you start getting to the 6 and 10-meter band where you can get magic. No, that's true, but I mean, you're still talking in the range of miles. With two, I mean, LoRa would realistically probably get the same range as two handhelds. It just means I just can put a lot more power on amateur radio. So I learned to cheat on this one. If you just do it in metric, it's really easy. If you need to build a 40-meter antenna and you do it in metric, you need you need the total length of the dipole to be half wavelength, and each leg is 1/4. So to make a 40-meter dipole, it's a 10-meter leg and a 10-meter leg that has to be a minimum of 20 meters off the ground to get proper propagation, unless you're trying to do near vertical skywave. Funny enough, I also recently learned that the Canadian amateur radio exam still does the damn thing in you still have to do it in imperial units. You can't do it in metric, even though it's so much easier in metric. 2.4 gigahertz is just where it kind of fell. Realistically speaking, that's the 13 centimeter band. Hold on, let me actually pull up the ARR band chart, because it actually is a good way to describe this. Where's the magic ARRL document? Yeah, so this is if you ever in amateur radio spaces, you will see this document. So this basically describes all the frequency bands that are licensed for use by amateur radio operators. Some bands we have all to ourselves, and some we share with other services. But we have 2,390 megahertz to 2450 megahertz, or 2.39 gigahertz to 2.45 gigahertz. Directly below that is the consumer ISM bands, which is where it sits. But if you also look, we have an allocation at 3.3 gigahertz and at 5.6 gigahertz. And quite a few beyond that. The unfortunate truth is that wavelengths above 70 centimeters are, unfortunately, I don't want to say the word dead, but they're not commonly used. 33 centimeters, you do see some stuff, because there's a lot of public safety radios that work on the ISM band, and they almost always can be tuned into the amateur radio band. 23 centimeters, I'm not even sure who uses that in this day and age. I assume someone does. Amateur TV is... I forget where it is. Like, amateur TV is down here. It's at the very... I don't remember if it's at the top or the bottom. It's at the bottom. Yeah, it's at the bottom of the 70 centimeter band. It's... sorry, the top of it. So we're actually all the way up here in 2-meter land. Traditionally, on the rare times that TCP/IP is actually used on amateur radio links, it has generally been used on 1 1/4. And 1 1/4 is kind of the ugly stepchild of amateur radio bands. We actually American hams actually lost part of our frequency. We used to have 220 all the way to 225, but FedEx actually made the argument that we weren't using it, so the FCC gave them 2 megahertz out of our band. We did get this little chunk here at 119 to 220, but it's specifically for fixed digital message forwarding systems, although I presume by the way that's defined, I could use it for TCP/IP for relaying messages between two stations. But I haven't actually heard of anyone using it. Not saying it hasn't, but that is. Going further up the frequency band chart, at 6 meters, you start getting skywave propagation, but the real magic happens is you can get meteor scatter propagation. And that allows for long distance. Basically, when meteors enter the atmosphere, they ionize a brief bit of it, and that generally resonates on the 6 and 10 meter bands, which allows you to do burst transmissions very quickly over long distances. It's not easy to do it, but it can be done, and that is something I want to do. The problem is I just don't have a 6 meter antenna right now. And realistically, I probably would need a 6 meter Yagi to make meteor scatter be viable. You can't see the browser. Why can't you see the browser? Oh, that's interesting. I am now in the U.S. I was up in Vancouver, actually helping another ham get on air for the first time. So for all of the last 2 weeks, I was Kilo Delta 2 Juliet Romeo Tango / Victor Echo 7. Now I'm just down. Now I'm back in Portland. So how far have we actually downloaded? Chat, look, we've almost downloaded 138 kilobytes. I mean, honestly, this is working. This is actually working surprisingly well. I was expecting this to be entirely shit. Oh, and as I say that, we hit a packet collision, and it's backing off. I'm pretty sure with tuning, I could get even better performance out of it. Yeah, let's give it a sec. Yep, Ed, that's exactly how it works. Back in the 80s and 90s, what Direwolf is, it's called a terminal node controller, and the whole point of terminal node controllers is to take binary data in and make sound come out, specifically modulated sound that's interfaced to a radio. The reason that and if you know your dial-up modem sounds, these are going to sound very familiar because they are actually the same things. What AT&T published a standard known as the Bell 203 and 203 tones, dealing with the encoding of arbitrary binary data over phone lines. Now, as it turns out, you can take those chips out of a modem, breadboard them, and now you have a TNC that you can plug a radio in. And that was how it was done in the 80s and 90s. There are still hardware TNCs around, although most of them generally don't use bell tones anymore. You have Packer modems. You have ARDOC. I don't think anyone's done VARA and hardware. D-Star basically works in the same way, but D-Star is a digital voice. It's not a digital mode in and of itself. That's correct. I am not choosing a modulation besides FM on my radios. No, there's also a bunch of tuning options that I'm pretty sure that I could set that would get better performance. We've seen a couple of retransmit storms, and I'd probably have to tune the slot and intervals to get a better idea. I mean, I think the last time anyone's actually done this in a non-ironic way was probably 30 years ago. So I don't even know what the tuning procedures for this are. I've kind of been just reading what little technical documentation I do have and kind of making educated guesses. Now, the thing about using a software modem like this, Ed, is well, no, Ed explains. I'm not 802.11 is what's called spread spectrum. Spread spectrum emissions are allowed on amateur radio. We're limited to 25 watts, but otherwise they're copacetic. So it's not uncommon for hams to just take old Wi-Fi routers and do that. What we're doing up here is AX.25. We're basically doing AX.25 inside TCP/IP. Yeah, no, that is actually what we're doing because we're sending UI commands. The ton interface here isn't actually aware of the layer 2 protocol, which is why it's not showing up. If the kernel AX.25 stack was working, and I think what happens next is I'm going to go find old versions of the Linux kernel. And they should be able to directly talk to JNOS. Eden, I can entirely do a band and timing auto tuner. There's nothing stopping me from doing that. I have complete computer control of my radio. I can take my base station, I can tell it what frequency to go to, I can have it tune, and I can even have it take commands from a third-party source. All of that's completely legal. Amateur radio is what's called a variable frequency operation service. We are allowed and are expected to change frequencies as is needed. We can also use any modulation and modes as we want, which is different from commercial radio. Most commercial licenses actually limit what modulations and modes can be used. Amateur radio can just use anything as long as it's documented. I don't even have to write it. I can just shell script it and put it in a cron tab. Realistically, what I want to do is I'd like to actually put up an old school packet BBS and then also have it on 44net. And that might honestly just be me running JNOS. I don't know when I'm going to get to that per se. I kind of want to make a video about just getting this far first. But once I do get it working, I will have that packet BBS available, and I will also send QSL cards to any amateur who drops in. And if you enjoy this content, consider buying one from my store or supporting the channel with the links down in the descriptions. I made myself screw it, I'll actually bring up my store. This is basically a soft launch, but in amateur radio, we have traditionally sent paper cards to confirm contacts. So, with the help of a friend, I got this made that commemorates my move out to Oregon. Because as you can see, I have a D2 call sign, but I'm currently in CN85. So, if you want one, let me know, and they will go into the post box sometimes next week. If you're a licensed ham, just get a QSO and we'll make it happen. We're at 80%. See, I don't know where I go from here now. Like, now what do I do? Well, I mean, I guess tomorrow we go back to drafting the video stuff, because at least now I have a pretty good idea of what this is going to look like. It's really making a lot of noise right now. I am actually curious if I were to use a... Like, if we can get the Linux kernel to actually behave and make its TCP IP stack work, I do wonder if it would be... how much faster it would be overall. Although, you know, now that I think about it... I'm currently thinking right now about... I'm wondering if that slot problem is actually part of what we were running into, that it was sending packets too fast. But I also don't see tuning variables here. It says T1, T2, T3. Those are actually defined in a different document. Maybe we just have the whole thing misconfigured. T1 is frac, how long to wait before retransmitting an unacknowledged frame. T2 is resp time, the minimum time to wait before another frame should be transmitted. Well, that's an interesting kettle of fish. That actually implies, do I have any ports set up? This might actually imply that the problem that we're having is... I don't even have AX.25 enabled. Apparently the defaults are 10 seconds, 3 seconds, and 300 milliseconds. But we certainly were not seeing those behaviors, so I wonder if the values got zeroed out at some point along the way. Let's let this finish, and then you know what? Why don't we actually take a look at that? Well, I mean, the easiest way to reduce collisions is to make this a full duplex link with 2 radios for transmit and receive. It's almost done. It really does sound like an angry fax machine. That's what this sounds is. Angry fax machine energy. Look at all the acknowledgements go. Yep, and look, now that all the acknowledgements have gone, it's just ran out a whole bunch more data. I really want to know what the total is when it's done. It's all you know what it's probably done? It's probably queuing acknowledgements in bulk, and that's why it's a little bit stop go. But like I said, I'm actually really curious what the data rate's going to be when it finishes. 97%. God, it's hot in here. I gotta crack the window. Oh, don't tell me. Right at the end, it starts running out of packets. Oh, I just saw a green one. Holy crap, there's the 200 OK. We just saw the 200 OK go by. It's done. Average of 70 kilobytes per second. Or 60 bytes per 70 bytes per second. So, hold on, let me figure out. Let me find a calculator because I'm actually curious. I'm guessing we got about exactly half of. You know, screw it. Chat will probably figure this out for me if I just ask them. Yep. So, yeah, it took 48 minutes to download 200 kilobytes. That's realistically... You could actually do quite a bit with that. All right. Well, that makes me happy. But now I'm actually really curious. Hold on. Because the reason I'm curious, sudo mod probe AX.25 mkiss kiss attack. So the reason I'm actually really curious about this, so yeah, you need one. 44, 61, 15, 1. So AX.25 radio bound. So what are your timers set to? T1, T2, T3. That does look like the actual defaults they're supposed to be. All right, so you know what? In theory, if I just do... I just need to set my call sign. I have AX params set call KD2 JRT. Oh, okay, that just basically worked. Destination host unreachable. Because JNOS should actually be able to reply to this directly. It shouldn't care. TQST. Oh man, it is hot in here. I just want to test something, just for my own shits and giggles. Alright, so that should tear down basically everything. So mod probe, AX.25, and kiss. Kiss attach. Yeah, that doesn't look like that's actually making any headway. I'm curious, because now, given what we've just learned, I kind of just want to see if we fiddle with some of those tuning options, if something changes. All right, so now it's doing a whole lot of ARP. Why is it keep sending that ARP request? So it receives it. All right, you need to... Okay. So that did all the ARP stuff. Then over here... That's also there. Says incomplete. That side it recognizes. Can I flush the ARP table? So now it says destination host unreachable. So -S, I almost never have to set ARPA devices by hand. Also seems it doesn't even let me set that like that. ARP S, hardware address. So you do have routes. Yeah, and then we get a bunch of ARP stuff, and then it just kind of breaks. Yeah, it's not... Oh, no, it is actually saying the packets. It's just not even getting responses. This feels all sorts of wonderfully broken. T. Yeah, so that's in the Pi. It's got an IP address, 4461.51.15.0. The route table is clear. Oh, that's right. I had to set... To actually make it work, I had to do kiss params C1. Hold on. C1 radio, transmit tail of 10, 63, slot 2, transmit delay 10. So that sent a packet. Okay, so those are not the right settings. This looks like that's in milliseconds. Persistence, slot time 0. Transmit delay. TX tail is what? Okay, so this looks like this is all in milliseconds. There we go. That actually looks valid. So are you trying to send the reply? Yeah, okay. So sudo TCP dump. So you are sending something. AX.25, AX reports. Of course, then it just stops working altogether because, of course. That's why I don't really use the kernel. The kernel stack really does feel like it's like broken in interesting ways. PTS 7. All right, you know, screw it. We're just going to do a quick and dirty full restart on the whole thing. Because I really want to try it now that I understand it a lot better than what I actually did before. So you're now on PTS 2. Is that actually sending like a reply or something? It says destination host unreachable, but could be for a number of reasons. So it's saying that there's... Yeah, it's not even hearing the ARP responses. Oh, okay, hold on. And then it also needs to be FN. Like that. Chat, that's pings. It's kind of working. Very slowly, but it's not colliding like it was before. All right, you know what? Screw it. Let's try this again. Ah, connection refused. Because if I can actually get the kernel stack working, because that was the original plan. Let's actually see if this works. That's a lot of packets being sent. Is it actually doing something? Does actually look like it's doing something. It also looks like it's saying a lot of ARP stuff. Yeah, like it's not even, it doesn't even look like it's making any actual headway here. Actually, you know what? That's working, I think. I think it's queuing up a whole ton of packets at once. Like, is this possible it's an issue with... I mean, these just look like the same packet over and all over again, but maybe Wireshark is the one that's having kind of a problem here. And then it went silent. The minimum amount of time to wait before another frame to be received before transmitting an acknowledgement. So there's also this thing called connected mode. I don't know if that's the AX.25 keyboard to keyboard mode. Like, what type of packets is it actually sending? UICC, like, these are different types of packets that it was sending before. I'm curious. Control C. Connect mode 2 is not even listed as a valid option in the document. So I'm just going to set it to 0. Now, does that actually make any sort of actual change? Yeah, so these are all unnumbered frames. I'm not actually sure what the AX.25 default mode is. It says normal and extended. There is maximum packet frame length. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm doing. That's actually what I'm doing right now. But I also have additional tuning knobs that I don't have with JNOS. Because remember, JNOS is an entirely different TCP IP stack. So let me set it to use back off type linear, and then let's go fiddle with it on this side. I am actually starting to get tired. I've already accomplished enough that I'm happy with where I can end it. But if I'm here, it's like, might as well. Okay, so I do want to switch connected mode to 0. Like, I'm not even sure I should trust the Wireshark. No route to host. Interesting. Well, that did something different. Let me actually reset maximum count back to 10. Let's see if that actually does anything. I'm still inclined to call this entirely busted. We tried TFTP earlier. Like, maybe these additional packets aren't actually being transmitted over air. Like, let me look at what Direwolf is actually sending. Like, are we really sending the same packets over and over again? No, those are actually different packets. I mean, we're definitely seeing different behavior here. Oh, hold on. What's the MTU set to? Nope, that's fine. Some things actually want the MTU to be set to 128, but we've been running with 255 and it's been happy? I honestly can't tell if it's making progress or not. I think I'm just going to let it run. I'm going to see how long it takes. Because if this does actually work, I don't want to call the kernel stack broken if it's not. I mean, this is definitely different behavior than we were seeing before, so I feel like maybe it's just bad tuning parameters in the modern era. Like, see, I don't think these ARP packets are actually getting transmitted over the radio. I'd be very surprised if they are, although I guess they could be. But AX.25 doesn't have ARP, but this may be the Linux kernel faking it, for want of a better word. I mean, honestly, this is working better than anything else we've gotten out of the kernel stack thus far. So I'm not inclined. You know, if this encourages further testing, but honestly, I think we just let it run and see if it goes kablooey. Oh, I do need to stand up and stretch. We're just going to be waiting for this to download. I think we're going to have to dig more into this tomorrow, but I think next stream is going to be more editing. I want to actually get the stuff put together. Alright. Laptop can sit on the bed. I am debating, you know what, I think I'm going to make something to eat. This is just going to download, so you can all listen to file download noises from the Linux kernel. I'm going to step away from keyboard slightly. I'll be back in a few minutes. I've got some tortillas cooking to make a quick quesadilla, and then I'll be sitting here. How are we doing? It has stopped for now, but it should continue in a moment. Or has it just stopped? Oh, as I say that. does sound like it stopped. Okay, that's what I thought happened. Okay, so that's transmitting. Is the other radio going? Alright, I'm back. I was spending some time watching how the other radio is running. Yeah, it's a software modem. We're retrying. We just did this with JNOS a few minutes ago. Like I said, I just stepped away to cook something because I wasn't planning on streaming for 8 hours, and I haven't eaten much today. So what I noticed is it keyed up the base station for about 45 seconds. I was worried that it was actually hitting the transmit timeout. It's a safeguard to make sure you don't have the mic switch held down. It doesn't seem to be happening, but it is interesting to see the difference here. Yeah, I do think it is, I think it is actually sending those ARP packets. It shouldn't. But, I mean, I just find it very strange that it would even send ARP. But that being said, JNOS may also be sending ARP packets. The thing is, I can't tap into its stream. Or actually, maybe I could. I have to think about how I would do that, though. Oh, man. With actual food, I feel so much better. But you also get things like this where it feels like it's just basically puking out the transmission queue. And I like, what is that? Obviously, it's just queuing up a ton of packets and then it's just puking them out of the kernel, but it shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, sorry, I'm actually typing on Reddit because there's someone who's actually quite interested. There's actually someone who's interested in doing this in low raw, so I'm giving them, and they said that it worked like garbage with the Linux stack. Yeah, so actually there are people who kind of have an interest in this. We're not subnetting anymore. I needed that for JNOS, but I'm just doing a point-to-point link with the Linux kernel because my brain hurts and I don't want to do IP calculating. Like, what the hell is this shit? It's like, is there a way I can tell the ARP table not to time out? Oh, God. Okay. Wait. What is it, the stale time? 60 seconds. The ARP table expires in 60 seconds. Yeah. Base reachable time is 30 seconds. Yeah, 30 seconds. That would do it. Okay, I bet I'm going to set a stopwatch. I bet in 30 seconds we're going to see another ARP packet storm. Oh, not yet. It's gone completely silent. Yeah, I'm gonna go check the base station because I think it's stuck on trans. It sounds like it's stuck on transmit. Yep, and that's a bunch of ARP packets just basically. I actually think that this may be an ARP problem. Okay. I probably should write down the magic command that tuned the kernel and, like, stick it somewhere where I'm not going to forget it. Apparently I've lost the command in my command history, and I just, like... Yeah, I think it broke. Yeah, that would be delay from the receive queue. But I do actually think it's gone completely dead. The last time I said that. Yep, and there it goes. It took 4 minutes for it to recover. Now, doesn't TCP/IP have an increasingly long delay every time the connection goes kaputski for something? I know there's actually a fairly complex algorithm on how it works. Chat, it doesn't even seem to be actually doing anything. Are we transmitting or are we receiving? No, yeah, I think we're just sending ARP packet after ARP packet after ARP packet. That's lovely. Honestly, I think I might call it here. This gives me some food for thought. You know what? Hold on. I just had a big brain moment. Sudo arp. All right. You know what? Let's control C this. Let's down the interface so it just shuts everything off. Wait for it to flush. Do I really not have another terminal window? Okay, so now that it's actually down, so sudo ifconfig. You know what? I think my will to actually keep working on this just died. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to call it here. Do we want to try it again? I mean, we could try it again. I mean, I got nothing to lose right now. All right, so let's set that time stupidly high. Yeah, I could I could actually hold on. We can do better than that. ARP S 44 61 15 1 KD2 JRT 1. Like that. Okay, so we now have a manual ARP entry for that. Sudo ARP. Said I was going to go to sleep, and I'm not going to sleep. Why am I doing this to myself? Okay. Alright, so let's set a manual ARP entry. Sudo ARP. Okay, so now we got manual ARP entries on both sides. So it shouldn't ask the next time. I'm not going to adjust anything else besides the kiss param. CRC type 1, port radio, full duplex no, TX trail is 300, 63, slot 100, transmit delay 300. Okay, so Direwolf seems to like that. Because I actually want to see if it'll even be able to finish a download. And I'm just going to set everything else as is. I'm not going to adjust any other tuning settings. I might just lie down in... Alright, there we go. That's a lot of retransmissions. Up running broadcast. Ping 4461 51 on. So now why are we getting no responses found? Receive packets, transmit packets. Okay, so ping. No response found. TX tail, TX delay, persistence, slot times, full duplex. Oh, TX delay probably needs to be longer than that. Let's give it, like, I don't know, 500. Are we even trying to send a reply? Oh, did I get this backwards? RT1. No? Maybe? Source destination KD2JRT1. I think I flubbed up the ARP tables. Sudo ARP. There we go. So now if I send a packet, where does it actually end up? Hey, look, ping replies. Yep, that actually worked. Well, okay, so that's requests and replies. So source, destination. Just need to make sure we're not actually colliding. All right. You know what? Oh yeah, because reset. Because I'm not running the stupid thing. Like, all we see are retransmissions, and then it actually seems to make headway. Although Wireshark might have a delay before it actually gets going. What I am noticing is that the ETA is actually much faster than what it was before. And as I say that, then it kind of just goes down the tubes. The window bell sounds are coming from my desktop. I just noticed something else that probably needs to be set. No, the MTU actually does look correct. Aside from the fact that... How big are these TCP IP frames? Because it says data on the wire 648 bytes. But the how big are the actual TCP IP frames going down the... Yeah, I mean, this is just packet storming. Yeah, like, that's no better. Actually... You know, chat, that's actually keeping a pretty constant rate of download. Alright, I'm just gonna let this run. If it dies again, I'm calling it. I say that and then it apparently dies. Well, it also helps if I don't turn the radio so low that you can't hear it. I am actually tired, but I want to get an actual answer to this. And at this point, this is just me thumb twiddling quite a bit. Thank you, Manuel. We've been at it for quite a few hours at this point, so at this point, this is basically the final test. If this actually works, then it probably is just a matter of tuning to make the Kernel AX.25 stack quote unquote work. I see that, and there's this kind of goes silent. Although it was doing that before. Like, I mean, just like that. See how it just burst a full kilobyte of data towards the application? It's like another timeout here that could be adjusted. Obviously, saying the ARP entry definitely helped right there. What are the timeouts here? T1, T2, and T3. Uh. So T2 is response time. The minimum amount of time we wait for another frame to receive for transmitting acknowledgement, and how long before retransmitting an unacknowledged frame. So T1 timeout. I'm assuming that's in milliseconds, so that would be 10 seconds. So why don't we adjust that? Free seconds there. And then T3 is 300 seconds or 5 minutes. We actually saw that happen. So maybe if we just all like really I'm sorry, I am actually really tired. Yeah, I think the T1 timeout might be part of it, but I have absolutely no idea what that would affect. Yeah, there is a transmit backoff. There is backoff type here, but that's also a TCP IP feature. Backoff type 1 is exponential or linear, so I could change it to that. And we could also shorten the T1 timeout to 1 second. I mean, we're still seeing a lot of retransmissions, though. Actually, looking at how those settings are being adjusted, I am seeing some differences in how packets are getting dropped and such. So maybe it does actually imply that these timeouts are actually a large part of why we've been having major problems. There's also extended window size, idle timeout, max retry count, max packet length. Default IP mode is DG or VC. I have no idea what that is. And then there's also connected mode. There's also a bunch of stuff for ROS and NetROM, but I don't think it's useful. I could increase the transmit delay. I don't think it'll make an actual difference, but I could do it. The thing is, okay, yeah, so that's packets coming towards us. So, you know, one thing I just realized is it doesn't look like this shows all the data being transmitted. Because this is all stuff that's coming from the base station. And presumably these are different packets. And then this is going to burst mode, and then we'll see the file go up by much. Oh, the other host is transmit delay. Yeah, I can do that. Actually, that makes more sense because the Baofeng. What I think the kernel must do is it must pile a lot of messages into the transmit queue, and then it just kind of gets flushed all at once. Like, is this making headway? Yeah, because then all the packets in the queue get bursted out to user land, and then the file keeps getting downloaded faster. Oh God, the sun is up. Actually, hold on. I'm watching the radio. I want to see when it starts rewriting files out. Okay, so now the Chromebook is transmitting. But I really don't think it's making actual headway. It really just looks like it's stuck in a packet storm. Although having a filter cell doesn't help. Message queue size for generic interfaces or message queue size for AX.25? I guess it doesn't really matter one way or another. I mean, is it going faster? Well, the queue shouldn't really matter for something like this because we're basically just downloading a file. But I mean, it also just looks like we're just having duplicate acknowledgement. I mean, look at all the duplicate acts that we're seeing. Unless, like, is there anything different about these packets? It's got different checksums. I just noticed that the Windows scaling size went down to 128. And I've heard that that's also that some TNCs actually want 128 over 256. 255, 256. Direwolf shouldn't care, but I also... ... question mark. Yeah, I actually think it's happier now. I certainly feel like this needs quite a bit more testing before I'm going to be, like, satisfied with it. But we're not hearing it packet storm. It's not puking up ARP packets everywhere. And considering I've been adjusting the tuning parameters on the fly, we might as well just let it run. Like, I am dead tired, but... Yeah, I mean, that actually does seem quite a bit more consistent to be compared to how it was before. I still think we need to figure out the exact things I adjusted to, like, make it work. Oh, and I almost fell backwards out of my chair and onto the floor. That would have sucked. And that time it just stopped. How long is it going to keep? There we go. If it wasn't like at the point where I'm ready to go to sleep, I would just pop an energy shot right now, but... Is it dead, Jim? Okay. It doesn't seem to be making any actual progress. So did it just download like 8 kilobytes at once? Okay, this is just bizarre. I don't even know what I want to write about this, because at this point, this kind of defies my expectations. I'm just going to kind of walk over here. It's a combination of both being too cold and too hot at once. And I feel like it's just going to download another 8 kilobytes at once. Yeah, and like now it's just downloading large bursts of data at once. And then it just kind of keeps going. Mega, you are literally seeing how the internet got started. This is how TCP/IP was done in 1981 on AmperNet, 2 years before it was actually used on ARPANET. This is the same technology. Obviously, there's room to go up from, but the difference here is that Wi-Fi maxes out at about 250 feet. This this tops out at 60 miles, and that's just at VHF. I can add a literal zero to that. I can even add 2 zeros to that. Yeah, I basically just have to sit here and watch it. Like I'm just keeping an eye on it, but I'm literally just reading random Wikipedia articles on the other web page because my brain is just. I mean, it's almost like we're hearing two different types of pack. Oh, you know what we're hearing? We're hearing all the acknowledgments being sent back. AmperNet was not a precursor; it was contemporary. AmperNet is amateur packet radio network, and it was interconnected with ARPANET. MIT ran a gateway for 44net. It's actually the reason why amateur radio has a Class A. We used to have 44/8 as a whole. These days we only have half of that, but Super Nerd, the ping, it's not speed of light. It's still speed of light. So ping would be about the same. You just have no bandwidth. The thing is that if you want to transmit, if you were just to transmit like 50 bytes, the difference between sending it at 50 baud and faster is kind of negligible. It's when you want to go faster than that in a given second where you kind of need to start caring. That's really fascinating how it basically just burst a whole bunch of things. This must be, I think this is probably just enhancements in the kernel's TCP/IP stack versus JNOS. Because let's be honest, JNOS is 1980 technology. I mean, TCP/IP's semantics guarantees in-order delivery. Programmers tend to think of TCP/IP as packets, but from an actual application standpoint, it's a stream of data, and it's not guaranteed to be delivered immediately when the packet. There's no latency delays on bog standard TCP/IP. Definitely still going. I do actually think it is running faster, if somewhat strangely. Um, well, right now we're at the top end of the very high frequency. Well, I should say top end. We're at the top end of the 2 meter band, which is this is about what 2 meter will actually top out about. Wavelength, due to how the laws of physics work, the longer the wavelength of a radio wave, that's to say, the deeper down the radio spectrum you go, the less information you can get per broadcast cycle. Like in VHF and UHF, we have lots and lots of bandwidth we can use. So frequency modulation, which generally gives some of the best analog results, is the order of the day. Up in HF land, historically they've used. These days, if you're doing voice, it's single sideband because you don't need all of an AM signal to actually have an AM transmission. You can just take one half an AM transmission, chop it in half, and then mirror it out the other side. I really do find it. I'm really fascinated on how this does like the burst mode transmissions. This is something I'm gonna have to look into it a fair bit. I think what's happening is that because realistically speaking, I think it's just buffering up lots and lots of data and sending it because HTTP does not care. I mean, you can literally hear the act tones. 80%. I need more tea. Where are we at? 81%. 9 minutes. space heater on. I'm cold. Ooh, I'm really cold. I stepped outside to get a little fresh air and watch the sun and look at the sunlight. 89%. It's cold. That's all the ACK packets being sent. I'm literally watching the transmit light and the receive light on the radio. At some point, I will figure out how to actually get my camera working over the Wi-Fi here, so I can actually stream the video. Oh wow, okay. Hold on. I'm gonna grab a blanket because I am actually chilled. I'm not used to the weather in the Pacific Northwest yet. Also, I didn't have easy access to outside in my old apartment. It was a third floor walk up, so if I wanted to go outside, it would take a while. Well, Mega, we've restarted a few times because I've been adjusting the tuning parameters on the kernel. Yeah, it's chilly. Yeah, it did finish the previous one, so we switched from JNOS back to the Linux kernel stack because after my trip through getting JNOS to work, I had some ideas of what I could actually have to do to make the Linux kernel stack work because this shit is not well documented. And it does actually seem to have made the difference. Ooh. Hey, look, 200 okay. That means it's actually done sending all the packets. Now it just needs to come out of the queue. Oh, they're coming out of the queue. I don't think Netcat would be faster. I really don't. Hey, chat, it's done. 69.6 bytes per second. So that is actually a little faster than what it was with JNOS, and we were tuning it as we went along. So the next stupid idea is now I wonder if I should just install Debian over an amateur radio link. There's nothing illegal about it. Debian downloads over HTTP. It would take a really long time. Okay, let me actually just put that little post here, and I'm also going to write a little note in the Reddit post, because if I put it on a Reddit post, I will actually not lose it. So I did some additional testing and reset up the Linux AX.25 stack after experimenting with JNOS. found by setting the tuning parameters, I actually could get it to perform somewhat decently. The biggest thing is understanding how the various slot timings work with as far as KISS TNC control goes. This magic command went a long way, but also adjusting the T1 for T3 timeouts helped considerably. Alright, because I don't want to forget this, and my brain is silly putty right now. High voltage, I was actually a Debian developer for a long time. I'm still an Ubuntu core developer because my key fell out of the key ring and I really just could not be asked to find another DD to sign a new one. I hate that requirement. And I wasn't super active in Debian at that point because I was still working for Canonical. So I let it lapse. But I used to be a port maintainer on the Motorola. I ran several of the Motorola 68,000 build Ds when I was active in Debian. I'm just going to let it run for a little bit just to see if anyone has any questions before I pull the plug on it and just check my messages and such. My God, listen to the silence. I've been enjoying the background noise of the radio. I'm actually going to turn it off because even though it's just been scanning, it's probably low battery at this point. Yeah. Click. And then where's the box? Because I actually bought two UV5Rs specifically to make it easier to monitor the frequencies. So let me throw this on a charger, so I do not have to care about it come the next time I want to play with my radios. Okay, and that's charging. Anyway, yep. Oh man, Barcelona. I remember Barcelona. That was fun. They had a riot because they won. I'm sorry to say that I don't actually remember you, High Voltage. A lot of those conferences kind of blur together. But you would have probably seen me suffering as part in the mobile team because the mobile team, despite the name, had lots of experimental hardware that was not very mobile, and we always seemed to have to move rooms. All right. Yeah, I want to just see what High Voltage's responses are before I actually shut things down. Because I think, anyway, if you join this content, I do have a Discord server. The invite link is in the description, and I have a dedicated amateur radio channel because once I get on HF, I feel like we as a community can have a fair bit of fun with it. Because let's be honest, when your range is measured in thousands of miles, a lot of people should be able to hear it, and realistically, I also suspect at least some people watching, maybe not this stream, but at least my viewership in general, there has to be people in Portland, Oregon. Yeah, I'll give it another minute or two before I actually shut it down. Because I'm just trying to think if there's anything else. Yep, no problem. All right, I think at this point I am actually going to shut it down. So this is your host and commander signing off. If you enjoyed this content, consider buying a QSL card or supporting the channel. The link's in the description, or hitting Super Chat. I'll probably live stream tomorrow. It's almost certainly just going to be me writing more notes about this because my brain is putty and it'll be easier if I script it out tomorrow. Retraction, I have played with Direct 2D, but you've got me right here at the end of the stream, so I'm going to pull the plug here. DGM, we can definitely go faster than 1200 baud. It's just right now we're limited to it. 9600 should definitely be doable, and I'll definitely have to do some thinking about that. I mean, older Debians could probably be done. Anyway, this is your host and Commander signing out, wishing you all a pleasant day. Catch you all later.